the reality is that we have an issue with revenues. And according to projections from the Brookings, these issues will continue to exist for at least another few years. Okay, they're not gonna end, and they're gonna be as serious as they have been this year. There's projections that they look at the revenues for cities, tax revenues, and so on. They might even get worse as we move on deeper into the COVID-19. So so then the question is, okay, so how do we bridge or eliminate the gaps between our revenues and expenses? Just so you understand how important it is to balance the budget, as we call it, meaning bridge revenues and expenditures. For the US, local governments and state governments are legally enforced to always have a balanced budget. That is not the case with the federal government. The federal government has the power of printing money and also doing their magic little tricks with, quantitative easing and interest rates and so on. So they can run a large deficit, and they can balance it through messing with interest rates, getting debt, printing money, and so on. For state and local governments, things are a little different. There is specific requirements for balancing the budgets, and we really have to do it. So how can we close, how the gap has been closed so far? Some help has come from the CARES Act, but unfortunately not as much as we needed at the local level. Unfortunately, the CARES Act has been tied into providing funds that compensate only expenses directly related with COVID-19. And these expenses could be medical expenses, for support of vulnerable populations, payroll for key personnel, such as like the first responders, right? The police, the fire departments, for COVID-19 compliance, right? For social distancing, keeping hygiene, and other sort of like public health expenses around testing and so on. So the money that local and state governments got out of COVID-19, out of the CARES Act last year, okay, it's tied heavily only to COVID-19 related expenses. Does that help? It helps, and it did help. But moving forward, and this is, I think, what everyone is asking for a stimulus package that is a little bit, provides more flexibility and allows governments to use that money in order to compensate for losses into their tax revenues. I think this is key of getting money to local governments and state governments that they can use outside the COVID-19 sort of like madness. We're losing money, we're losing revenues. We need to compensate that. And the federal government needs to step in, as I believe it will. It does. That's what I hear and that's what I read. So the other part, which is interesting, but at the same time a little bit troubling, is we have an explosion on municipal bonds and municipal debt. Debt, if you want, let's put it like into more simpler terms. And as you can see here into the graph at this point, the number of debt that has been issued at the local level is almost at the same level that it was back into the Great Recession that we had of 2008. So why is that? Well, first is, as I said, we have lost money, governments have lost revenues. The federal package last year, the CARES Act, did not compensate for loss of taxes. And the other big thing here, a key piece of information here that drives debt, issuance of debt, has to do with how low interest rates are. We are experiencing historically low interest rates. No matter if we're talking about mortgages, no matter if we're talking about debt, national debt, local debt, state debt, and so on. Interest rates are very, very low. And that allows governments to either issue new debt to finance some of their services and projects, or even look back into their old and expensive debt, let's put it this way, and refinance it. What we call it a debt swap. So change your old debt with newer one that is cheaper, with cheaper money.
Philadelphia,
I was looking earlier at the financial statement of Philadelphia, and now, we do have a rather large debt. It's a large city as well, so it's not something abnormal. But the long-term obligations of Philadelphia, inclusive of pension liability, if I remember now the number correctly, was about $11.5 billion.
Jesus.
That includes the pension liability as well. And it's not something that needs to be paid now. So let's, not have Tony hitting the drums, right?
You really liked him, didn't you?
Yeah, no, it was awesome. It was awesome. But it's not something that needs to be paid now or next year. This kind of like debt that has been accumulated, it has a maturity date, a date of like full repayment according to the financial statements that I looked in 2042, I believe. So we still have 21 years in front of us. I suppose that Philadelphia, and I can see into the financial statements, they from time to time they do look at the market and see whether they can swap some of their existing debt with cheaper one. I suppose that this is something that has already been done in Philadelphia. I would be surprised if the finance people, right, city Department of Revenues and so on, and all the great finance smart people haven't explored that. This is something that is happening. But while it's happening, and it's happening not only in the US, but all around the world, as you can see, all central banks, the Federal Reserve Bank, the European Central Bank, the Chinese Central Bank, Japanese Central Bank, like all central banks everywhere, they're just printing money and circulating more money to the economy. Debt is exploding. So the only good thing that I keep from, the trends that I see with debt is that it's something that is happening globally. Okay, everyone is doing it. But this is very scary. If we think about it, it's extremely scary of financing our services by transferring, the cost of the services to the future. So what is it that we do? So what we do right now is we are financing our current needs, but we're transferring the repayment of that to our kids, to the future generations, right? That is something that has happened to us as well, and to our generations and younger generations, but the older generations. But I think that this is very, very problematic, the explosion of debt. And that might also mean, right, that in the future, when we get into repaying the amounts that we have received, we might not have enough money to put into other important services, such as education or infrastructure and so on. So this is how things look like, right, into the US. One of the clear things that I want to point out here is that local governments need help. They need help from the federal government, and I'm pretty positive, based upon the things that I hear and read, that the new administration has a different approach. They have also, think about it, they also have experience, because the current administration, like our president now, was also the vice president back in 2008, 2009 with the Obama administration. So
when there was a huge recession was going on.
Absolutely. Yes. The same, very similar. We had the crash of the real estate market, right? The crash of the stock market. People were losing jobs. It was like a horrible situation. Yes. So there is some experience on that of the current administration, which I am pretty sure that they're going to use, and they're trying to form a stimulus package that it's quite inclusive and quite helpful for all levels of government. So then, moving forward, now we're getting into the $1 million, I guess, question is how things look like, right, here in Philadelphia.
Yes.
So if we can move into the next slide, we have our beautiful City Hall. I love this place, so pretty. And then into the next slide, we're gonna see here some trends on unemployment rate. So what has Philadelphia experienced? As you can see, pre-COVID-19, the unemployment rate in Philadelphia was about 5%. One of the lowest unemployment rates registered within the past 10 years. Suddenly, when COVID-19 started, it exploded to 18.4%, so over 3 times. Since then, since the summer, things have normalized a little bit, have gotten a little bit better. Most recent report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows unemployment rate in Philadelphia being at 9.4%. That is from November, the most recent piece of data. Now, what is obviously, one of the great things is that the unemployment rate spiked, but it seems that we are getting it under control, and it's been, declining again. So we are into a downward sort of trend, which I hope it's going to keep continuing as we vaccinate people. We will also have, the weather is going to get better, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to be able to go out. Summer is coming. It seems that in summer months, things are getting a little bit better.
Yes.
But the problem here, right, is how the employment sectors, and if we look at it on, based upon level of incomes, how we have recovered from the spike of unemployment. And as you can see in the graph where we have the three lines, the red one, the dark blue, and the sort of like green blue line, what you can see, the red one is the one representing the high income people.
Mm-hmm.
The green one, the one on the bottom, is the one that represents employment opportunities or employment rates for the low income people.
Okay.
And the darker blue, middle class, middle income people.
Gotcha.
And by looking at this graph, you can see that before COVID-19, all these lines were at the same level. So employment was good for middle income, low income, high income. Employment seemed to be going pretty good. The economy was like really, really doing well.
Mm-hmm.
When COVID-19 came, you see a sudden drop. But since, as I said, July or June, April in this graph, things have been recovering. The one sector or the one class, societal class or economic class that has recovered most than anyone else is the high income people.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I think, adds more into the problems of inequality that we have been discussing in the past several months. Inequality is such a big issue into this country. It's unbelievably, big issue, and it's really hard to comprehend. Being and I'm from Greece, so to me, coming to the U.S., I always thought the U.S. as the land of opportunity, right? As the superpower.
Hey, I'm here too.
You're here too. You probably thought the same too, right?
Yeah, it's like that's what you see in all the movies and stuff. Yes. Like, okay, everything is possible in the United States.
Yes, everything is possible, but not for everyone. Unfortunately.
No. And it's so heartbreaking to see the number in the statistics that like there's that much of a difference. And now I can see that even within like the theater companies, like all the executives or the manager positions, they are still there while, temp workers or actors, artists were either let go or not getting any employment because there's no show happening, or house managers who are there when the show is happening, but they cannot because there is no show happening. So it's just so heartbreaking to see that even in the number and how much gap in between those three lines.
It is, and it should not be something that we should accept, right? This is not what the U.S. should be. This is not how like a powerful economy such as the one as the U.S. should be. There should be more opportunities for everyone, right? But again, the issue, and this is, I'm very worried about this because in every recession, the same story was also happening during the 2008 recession. Those who recovered, faster than everyone else were the high-income people, right? So inequality seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. And why that might be the case, sure, the high-income people have different sort of like employment opportunities and jobs versus, the low-income or middle-income people. But at the same time, something that really troubles me is looking at the stock market. It doesn't make any sense that the stock market is still performing as it is performing. We believe that economists, including myself, we believe that we are experiencing a bubble right now, which at some point is going to burst.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think the performance of the stock market has really helped the high income earners because who actually makes money out of the stock market? It's not necessarily not the low income people, not the middle class income people are the ones that they make lots of money, and they are able to get into the stock market.
Yeah, it's
So
interesting how many rich people have been saying like, "Oh, I made so much money since the COVID started." I mean, look at the Jeff Bezos, the CEO or soon to be ex-CEO of Amazon. Like how much money he's getting, but like,
and at the same time, right? And at the same time, there's nothing wrong with making money. Okay, let's be honest. But what is wrong is like making money and not sharing the love, right? Not sharing the wealth. You brought the example of Jeff Bezos. I see the people who are working, like day and night, 24 hours a day, delivering packages, right? And I read the stories about Jeff Bezos and Amazon not providing sort of like benefits, hire them as contractors, so that way they're not liable if they get into an accident, right? We're talking about injuries and Amazon not offering a workers' comp. This is ridiculous, and it's unacceptable. We shouldn't accept that. So moving into the next slide, this inequality that I have been talking about is clear 100%. Okay, it's true. So you look here at the number of small businesses that have opened within a year, and no surprise, there is a 31% decrease of new businesses opening. I mean, again, this is something to be expected within the environment that we are living.
Yes.
But what is very concerning and frustrating is that when we're looking at the rate of small businesses closing in Philadelphia, Black and brown owned small businesses close 1.5 times faster than white owned businesses. And at the same time, when we see information from the Office of the Controller, and I have through the slide, I have cited all the sources with hyperlinks. So feel free, to share the slide with people. Okay, these are not my thoughts, or I'm not making these things from my head. Okay, these are things that even the city of Philadelphia is providing this information. So when looking at the different sort of like zip codes, what I find extremely frustrating and quite scary, to be honest, at this point, is that the zip codes with higher shares of minority residents have received about $7,200 less in small business loan funds.
Damn.
I suppose that is part also of PPP loans, right? And when we are narrowing down into Black-owned businesses, things are even worse. So Black-owned businesses have received $8,300 less than other sort of like businesses. And why that might be, I mean, as PPP loans and, generally trying to get help requires a skill, requires some level of ability of like, navigating through bureaucratic procedures, through filling in applications, doing things the right way. And unfortunately, while the loans that were provided by the federal government during, the previous months were of good intention, I don't think that they reached the people who needed them most. And I don't know about you or Casey and you out there watching us, but I personally know a lot of people, several people, who received loans who were not in need of them.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And if we go around the room and around, our audience, and we ask, I'm pretty sure that everyone has at least one story to share about someone who received a loan who did not really make sense, but they got the loan. And as data come out, right? As data come out, because the federal government is following of how the loans were distributed. As data come out, I think we're going to see of how unfair distribution of these funds, the unfair distribution of these funds.
Even with the stimulus check, I've heard so many people like, I don't need $1,200. It's not going to do anything to me.
Absolutely.
While so many people are like waiting for a month to receive that money.
I'm guilty on that as well. Like, I'm not hiding. My wife and I, we both received the stimulus check. Were we happy about it? Sure. Do we need it? No. Have I felt guilty about it? Absolutely. I mean, it was really hard for me to comprehend why did I get that money, right? I spent them. Sure. I hired people to do some work in my house. I tried to spread the love. in some way. But again, this didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And moving forward, I don't think it even makes sense. What now we're talking about the $1,400 to people that, of up to $100,000 and so on. I think we need to do a little bit more targeting and identify those families, those people, those businesses that they are really struggling and they really need the money. Okay,
Yes.
It is. And it's not, and what kills me, it's not, these days, it's not hard to do that. We have the data, we have computers, we have internet, we have like the cloud that we've been talking about, and you have digitized all information. It's so easy to identify who really needs the money. Yes. And for, the businesses that they need to apply for loans, let's support them with, people who can walk them step by step on the process and make sure that they're going to get the money. Either this is like people from the bank or people from Philadelphia or people from the state. We need to do a much better job on that. So moving into the next slide, there is the Pew Charitable Trust did a fantastic recent survey asking about over 1,000 Philadelphians, what is the economic impact of COVID-19 on their lives. 1 out of 3, they have fallen behind on credit card or other bills. They have problems paying for food, fall behind on rent or mortgage. Affording healthcare costs have been also quite a struggle. Childcare as well. Half of the respondents of this survey identified that they have experienced one of these, challenges. Okay, so things are real.
Yes.
And then let's move on into the next slide, which shows what are the expectations for Philadelphia, for the Philadelphia budget. What can we expect? And what I have here, we see tax revenues, because tax revenues is the largest share of revenues for the city of Philadelphia. Again, to remind you, we have a budget of about $4.5 billion. So most of that, about 80% from what we can tell here, right, comes from tax revenues. So in 2020, we were able to receive about 3.5, 3.6 to round things up from tax revenues. Estimations for 2021 for this budget season, they are even further down, reduced at 3.3 billion. So already we are talking about a gap into our budget, into our tax revenues of about 250 million. And unfortunately, do not see many opportunities to ameliorate or decrease this gap. Typically cities, and they operate their own business type activities. Philadelphia, for example, has the parking authority as well as the international airport. In good times, these are like very good generators of extra income that governments can like transfer. Right? Yes. They can like, transfer around, and they can support their general services. I do not believe that is going to be the case this year for many reasons. As I said, right, we do not commute anymore. So how the parking authority, I don't think it makes any money for as much as they did. International airport, people don't travel. So there's not going to be any taxes and fees coming out of the international airport. So unfortunately, I think this gap can only get worse. And this is why it is extremely critical, okay, for the federal government to provide help to cities, provide money that can be used to offset the declines in tax revenues. If the federal government doesn't do that, unfortunately, I think that things are going to be very, very bad. So the reality is that, we have a gap into the revenues, and what the expectations are. I think, literally the expectations are to maintain services and spending as it was last year. We're not looking into an increase. I think, the outlook is negative, and we're mostly looking into how saving the day. What other cuts can we do? Right? There's going to be a few more cuts. But I think given, the information and the budgets that I've seen, for cities around the US, the area that again we need to really kind of like focus is again how much we spend on public safety, police and fire. I think it's the area where we can save some money. I think
Definitely.
And moving into the next slide, we have another very nice survey done by the Cultural Alliance, right? Philadelphia's Cultural Alliance, on the impact of COVID-19 into the arts community. There were 266 arts and cultural organizations that were surveyed. Budgets were ranging anywhere from 2,000 to all the way to 55 million. But again, the theme, as you can imagine, is that everyone's hurting. Revenues are down.
Mm-hmm.
Organizations are reporting about 34% revenue loss.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, there has been something positive that has come out of the COVID-19, and we have been discussing a lot about that. Is the pressure for being more creative in how to offer your services, into digitizing part of your service, right? We have like online, on demand, sort of like, exhibitions or, like plays. And I think all this work that has happened right now, it's an investment for the future. Once things get better and we can, again, go out and have fun and attend plays and attend, art exhibitions and so on.
Mm-hmm.
These are kind of like advancements that we have done in our technology and infrastructure within these organizations is not going to go to waste. It's just going to add as an extra income. So
at the same time, I just need to point out that there is also people who doesn't even have access to internet, who doesn't even have a computer. Yes. So there are the people who are marginalized and just fall through the cracks, and we just have to tackle how to make sure there will be no cracks and there will be no people who will be falling through those cracks.
Absolutely. It is, we our focus has to be there. We need to start from there.
Yes.
Right. Yep. Lifting up the marginalized communities is going to help everyone. Fixing, right, the kind of like marginalized communities of Philadelphia and giving them opportunities, bringing like basic things such as investing into grocery stores, investing into bringing a bank in there so people understand the meaning and being proud of having your own bank account, of having your own sort of credit card. Right, not to have to go into the grocery store by the corner to get charged a million, really high fees to cash out your check, or use Western Union, right, which is still for making transactions.
Bring back postal banking.
Yeah. And so we need to lift these communities up. Lifting these communities up could also mean that we can spend less for for public safety.
Yes.
We can spend more for education.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think to this point, I'm going to pass the floor to Casey, who has done a little bit of work with New York. So Casey, thank you for waiting. Apologies for my exciting monologue, I guess, but please go ahead.
Of course. If we could just head to the next slide real quick. Thank you. Hi. So I just did a very brief comparison to the arts situation in New York. New York has an astronomically bigger budget than Philadelphia. It's a much bigger city. We're looking at a little bit under $100 billion budget total.
Jeez.
Yeah. So right now, the city of New York is also facing a gap between revenue of expenses of about $5.25 billion, which is a lot. Much of this, sort of like Theo was saying, comes out of the fact that not all charges that are related to COVID-19 are dischargeable by the CARES Act or refundable by the federal government. I think in New York City, it's a little under $2 billion of their COVID-19 expenses are dischargeable. So there's about a $3 to $4 billion gap right there. There are shortages from state and federal funding. There are shortages from tourist income and revenue, and also lower revenue coming in from property taxes, which is similar but also different to the problem of not having enough in income and wage tax in Philadelphia. In fact, New York is expecting a slight bump in its income tax revenue because, as we discussed earlier, so many millionaires and billionaires have gotten wealthier in the last year. Formally, there is no plan to, let's say, capitalize on this by raising rates, but there will be actually a slight increase in income tax revenue in the city of New York. So New York is also implementing some different austerity measures and cuts to try to balance out the budget. Some of these include a 3-out-1 rule in government hiring, meaning that for every one job or position that gets hired, 3 jobs or positions need to get cut. Ugh. This is aiming to reduce government jobs by about 12,000 from January 2020 through to I believe, about June of 2022. This is rough for a lot of reasons. Historically, government jobs have been stable, relatively well paying, and many of these do tend to go to especially BIPOC and women. So you can guess where jobs will be cut, especially based on that handy chart that Theo mentioned earlier. In terms of specifically the arts, the cultural affairs budget is looking at a cut of about $45 million from FY21 to FY22, with no plans that will be putting those levels back up meaningfully over the next 5 years. So if we're looking ahead through to 2025, there will be about a $5 million increase between 22 and 25 versus a $45 million cut. There have been some statewide initiatives in New York to increase funding for the arts and for the performing arts specifically, but these have tended to be venue and project-based. You might have seen an article or two going around the internet about these plans to have performances at various venues throughout the state with people like Hugh Jackman and Amy Schumer are the 2 names that they keep repeating. So these are aiming towards higher profile celebrities and towards buildings, not necessarily towards working class artists and arts workers.
Yeah, those people who we have been seeing on stage, those are the people who are coming from Hollywood or somewhere else. And just like, don't we have enough talent in this city?
Yeah, I mean, you would think, but also something that's been interesting isn't just that it's Hollywood stars who do Broadway. It's not even necessarily Broadway stars, which is also commercial and has its own, issues in terms of public-private partnership. Because also this is a public-private partnership. They're going to be working with commercial producers to pull this initiative off. But yeah, we're not necessarily even seeing famous, high-profile New York stars. We're seeing, again, people like Hugh Jackman, people like Amy Schumer. No shade at them personally, but they're not working class New York artists. So that's generally what we're looking at. And then similarly, again, to in Philadelphia, the NYPD budget is not being touched, is pretty much continuing on business as usual. I will give a slight caveat there that New York is in the middle of a mayoral primary. So different mayoral candidates have different approaches to the NYPD budget going forward. But the projections for the next 5 years based on de Blasio's current proposals are essentially business as usual for public safety and pretty much massive cuts everywhere else.
Oh, yeah. So
it's tough times, like I think it's clear. But moving back. Yeah, Casey,
I was just going to say, one of the things that makes this so difficult in both New York and in Philadelphia, actually, is that major drivers of statewide revenue for both states are the arts. I believe that arts is the #1 economic driver in the state of New York, and 3 or 4 in Philadelphia. We're talking above retail. We're talking above natural resources.
Yes. Yeah, there was a research done by National Endowment of Arts, and I'm going to share all these resources with you on the Park Street website later, probably next week, including this PowerPoint, so you can read it and learn it more, because Theo and Casey kindly linked every resources on this presentation. But so National Endowment of Arts have this like interactive map, I would say. And when you go to Pennsylvania, arts and culture sector is like the #4 industry that is making a revenue. And New York, I believe, was #1. It's like probably twice more than everything else than that industry they have, which was, I mean, the number was crazy in New York. And even with Pennsylvania, it was surprising because I didn't think the arts and culture was contributing that much. But after seeing that, it also made me really angry. It's like, okay, so we are not nuisance. We are actually contributing to the economy of this state and the city, and why people keep on saying that we are a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, art is a public good. Art shouldn't need to necessarily contribute to the economy in order to be good. But also, we're making you a bunch of money for pennies on the dollar. Please give us those pennies, or maybe a couple dimes.
Yes. Oh,
and it's not only the monetary value, right? It's easy to quantify and measure the monetary value, but what about all the other sort of like spillovers, positive sort of like, spillovers and externalities that art has on, the building of our personality, of our culture, right? Of learning our history, of, like a civilization, advancement, and so on, right? So there's all these, very, very important outside the monetary value benefits that art provides.
Yes, definitely. And oops, sorry, my lights just fell. Another thing I wanted to point out is that this takes time. Like, Pastry is going to be having our 10-year anniversary within next 2-3 years. And we have been keep on investing money, investing our effort, investing everything to come this far. It does not happen overnight. It needs nurturing and development in order to get where we want it to be. So I understand it takes patience, but at the same time, we need that patience and nurturing eye from the government so we can keep on growing instead of like, try this for 1 year and see it didn't work out the way they thought they would and throw away the program just because they just didn't see the result that they thought they would.
So, given the situation, I think, we also need to highlight in the next slides, we highlight some initiatives that exist. I thought that perhaps this information might be helpful to some, or at least I think it's worth investigating further. Not sure how familiar, the audience is. But the Murals program, as we said at the beginning, they have a partnership with the health department for murals with public health messages relevant, of course, to COVID-19. There is a PPP prep program. What I was saying earlier, it's important to help businesses, right, to successfully apply and receive loans. So there is a PPP program. It's a collaboration between public, nonprofit, and private sector industries to provide more equality, if you want, the distribution, more fair allocation of the PPP funds. We know about the eviction diversion program here in Philadelphia. The Office of Arts and Culture and the Creative Economy was saved last budget season, and I hope that it remains right in its place for this budget season as well. Because of its lower funding, it's not anymore providing mini grants to like artists, but it's still around and provides some sort of like programmatic support. But where the revenues have been lost from the government side, from the city, there have been a lot of like private groups that they have been activated, if you want, and come up front. The Knight Foundation has offered $780,000 in grants. The Village of Arts and Humanities provides some direct relief provided direct relief to local artists. The Pew Center for Arts and Heritage and the William Penn and Mellon Foundations have also put a lot of like money out there. And there's a few more recent sort of like initiatives that it's like worth mentioning. To the next slide, we see that, as I said, I think that the city of Philadelphia, the city council, and the administration, they are making an effort of helping. So most recently, the Mayor Kinney, along with 9 other U.S. mayors, they sent a letter to President Biden and Vice President Harris, asking for more support for the arts. So in December 2020, according to information, the second stimulus package will be including $15 billion in grants for arts and cultural organizations through the Sutter Venue Operating Grant Program. And what does these things mean, right? I think it means that, first of all, it is very important that the community, the artists, the community organizations, not only, I mean, it's great, the digital rally, fantastic effort, but we need to take it further. Talk to your representatives. You talk to the city council is listening. Talk to the Pennsylvania representatives, talk to the senators, email them, send them a letter, pick up the phone, talk, advocate as much as you can. And of course, get ready for the second stimulus package. Money will disappear pretty fast. So it's important to be ready to step in, apply for the grants or whatever kind of opportunities are out there. So have these things in mind and do a little bit of homework. There is the city council, as we know, and yesterday was, I believe, a lot of the people who were yesterday at the digital rally were part of the Arts and Culture Task Force. So that, I think, is very positive. It's an effort of understanding better the needs and how we can help to form a path for recovery, worth mentioning. And then also in September 2020, a few months ago, Philadelphia joined the City Innovations Program. This is a program that includes another 45 cities around the US. And they're looking again into how to support the arts and how to create more innovative communities, more creative communities, and so on. Something that also I think it's very interesting, and perhaps it could also act as an inspiration for smaller arts and culture organizations, is what 6 local museums did. I believe that happened during the summer, and those museums are, let me see, the Fabric Workshop and Museum. Then we have the Toller Puerto Ricano, Philadelphia Contemporary, Woodmere Art Museum, and the African American Museum in Philadelphia, and the Asian Arts Initiative. So what happened is that these 6 museums, they got together. It was an informal conversation at the beginning of, okay, where we are, how do things look like in our revenues and museums, right? And how can we manage, right, the pressure, try to share experiences and best practices. It seems that an alliance has been formed between these museums, and again, they meet regularly. They touch up on how things are looking and exchange ideas. I think this is super important. And perhaps can be another sort of inspiration that comes out, and more sort of medium-sized or smaller size arts and culture organizations get together, discuss their problems, see what people are doing. I think that could also be helpful.
Yeah, definitely.
And then in the next slide, I believe, Casey, you want to share a little bit more information on the funding.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I mean, like Theo said, the latest stimulus package does offer up to $15 billion in relief, or $15 billion in relief to arts and performance venues and organizations, which is really great. The NEA has, despite attempts to eliminate it completely, maintained a budget and actually maintained increases year over year. However, for a national organization, this is pretty small. It's, in fact, current NEA funding is less than the FY21, fiscal year 21 Cultural Affairs Office budget in New York City to cover the entire country. So what that means is small. There have been calls recently, I know, it's bad. There have been calls recently that are gaining some traction for a new Works Progress Administration. This is also tied to things like the Green New Deal, for instance, including legislation in New York State that has been introduced for a statewide works initiative. Historically, this does have some grounding. Throughout the 1930s, the original Works Progress Administration under Franklin Delano Roosevelt did in fact include pretty widespread arts funding, including but not limited to a jobs guarantee and education program specifically for theater called the Federal Theater Project. This idea has been gaining some traction in various organizing circles. So there is a history and an effort of, in times of crisis, specifically funding artists to do what they do best, which is to create art and to educate people using the arts. So these are ideas that we can rally around as a collective or as individuals when we talk to our representatives, to city council, to our state reps as well. To give
And if you don't mind me jumping in, if I remember correctly, pretty interesting things came out of the federal theater projects.
Yeah, they did.
Right? Are we crazy about the theater history?
No, you're not crazy about the theater history. I mean, I think some really interesting and exciting things came out of the Federal Theater Project. One thing that came out of the Federal Theater Project was actually a really massive radio theater program, which would be really cool, for instance, to be paying artists and arts organizations to be creating various, radio theater, audio theater, Zoom theater. For instance, we have a much more massive infrastructure now in like a nonprofit public goods arts sector that didn't exist in the 30s. Also, something maybe fewer people know is that in the 30s, in the original Federal Theater Project in WPA, a lot of cultural funding went specifically to arts organizations and arts documentarians of specific discrete ethnic groups throughout the United States. So there was specific funding for African-American theaters, for Yiddish and Jewish theaters, for various non-English language theaters, for instance.
Yeah, and it was before World War II. So it's kind of a mind-blowing that was happening before the war. And it's just like, what happened to this country? It used to be so good. All right, we have only 15 minutes to go over this interesting called the participatory budgeting. That might be happening in Philadelphia. So let's go over this real quick before we close.
So yeah, and while looking around on what is actually happening this year in Philadelphia, I came across this information for the participatory budgeting. So what it is? So participatory budgeting is an idea that started in 1989 in Porto Alegre, Brazil. The mayor, who was a newly elected mayor, Olívio Dutra, won the elections in 1989, and Olívio's focus or promise, if you want, was to provide more, empower, if you want, the poor communities and the marginalized and privileged areas of Porto Alegre. And how was that done? By setting some money aside of the city budget, of the Porto Alegre budget, and allow the citizens themselves to allocate the money according to their preferences. Now, that came into the US and has been spreading, as well as in Europe and other places. New York has been implementing participatory budgeting, I think, for at least 10 years now, maybe a little bit more than that. Chicago as well has been doing participatory budgeting. So it's definitely great that it's coming in Philadelphia as well. Something that needs to be applauded. So what the idea is in Philadelphia is that the city will provide $1 million to Philadelphians who will be responsible for deciding how that money will be allocated among capital projects. So the call for spending ideas is going to happen now into the spring. So where citizens are going to form groups and propose their sort of like spending ideas, and the vote of what will actually happen, what will we move forward with, it's going to be in June 2021. Now, how things work with participatory budgeting, there is a process, and that process takes time. And unfortunately, given the information and the things that I have found about the implementation of participatory budgeting in Philadelphia, I am very, very skeptical. And if the city council is listening or is among the audience or will be reviewing our talk, I urge to reconsider the implementation of the participatory budgeting in Philadelphia. Given the information, I am afraid that participatory budgeting, the way that it's trying to be implemented in Philadelphia, it's a little bit naive, if you want, and it will be set to fail. And why is that? It's not promoted, so people do not really know about it. It hasn't been.
They just released the press release, if I'm correct, December 1st, and the deadline was like 2 weeks later, and I didn't even know about it until you mentioned it, Theo.
Yeah, and I wonder how many know of the audience about this thing. To be able to participate, you had to register. The registration opened on December 1st, it closed on December 15th, 2 weeks, without any promotion. Newspapers did not talk about it. The media haven't talked about it. So who is going to participate? We're talking about the participatory budgeting. I'm not really sure that this is going to be very participatory. right? There's not given the opportunity to people to participate. Second point here, an issue, is that for people to get excited and people to be able to contribute to this process, people need to be educated about the budgeting process, about the revenue trends, about the expenditure needs, and they need to get an understanding of rules and things that are happening in the budgeting process of Philadelphia. And trying to implement this, as I said, from December until June, it's like about 6 months. There is not much time to educate anyone about anything. Okay, very problematic, I think. Then I'm afraid also that COVID-19 makes things a little bit, more complex. So how participatory budgeting works is first we have an assembly, a steering committee that represents the community, and this committee is putting together the rules. Part of the committee typically are city officials, people who are very relevant and familiar with budget processes, and they act as mentors, if you want, right, or as educating, right, the people who participate into this process. Then we have people forming their own groups depending upon their interests. So, for example, people who have kids and they are worried about schools and the school district, they form a group about the school district. Others who love the nature and parks and so on, they may have like a recreation and parks committee. Those who are upset with potholes, right, in the streets or sidewalks, they're gonna form their own sort of committee about this kind of like projects. They get together, they form their proposal. And the proposal is going to be, okay, how much money do we need? How the money will be used? Then they all pitch, right? They pitch their proposals, and then the community votes on which proposal would be selected. I don't think there is any time within 6 months to do any of all these. And given COVID-19, I'm very skeptical on who is going to actually participate. The communities that they really need to be part of this process. The communities, and what communities am I referring? Am I referring to the communities that they are poor in Philadelphia, that they have no lights into their streets, that they have broken sidewalks, that they do not have stop signs, that they do not have crossing, signs and crossing walking, areas, communities that their parks are broken, that their playgrounds are broken. How are these people are going to be part of participatory budgeting? I do not understand within the COVID-19, because as Asaki, you said earlier, I assume that a lot of this process is going to be driven through the internet, through Zoom meetings, right, or Skype meetings or whatever that is. And these communities do not have computers, or may not have computers, may not have internet. Libraries are closed, so they cannot even go into a library to see things as a group. So I'm very, very skeptical of how participatory and inclusive that is going to be.
Yeah, and also I wanted to add, I was reading the press release, and they just assumed they know what they're talking about, and not everybody is educated about the financial matter. So while we are having a discussion and a meeting up for this presentation, Theo proposed why can't city provide a financial education classes for free to whoever who wants to learn about how budget works, how participative budget works, how to file taxes. This is something the city can do, but they're not really offering that kind of services as a city for the betterment of the city, I believe. So that's something the city definitely can do during the pandemic. So when we come out of the pandemic, the city as a whole can be better.
Absolutely. And if we can move on into the next slide, we have the question of how can participatory budgeting benefit the arts? And as I said earlier, I think there is a lot of questions in my head of how the process is going to be implemented in Philadelphia. I don't think there is a time. COVID-19 makes things complex. I think communities that are supposed to be part and driving the process will not be part of the process. So who is going to be benefited again, right? The educated, the wealthy parts of Philadelphia. So I urge the city council to reconsider. My suggestion would be to pull back on the implementation for this year and invest more in educating and promoting the idea and helping people to be actually meaningful participants of this process, and go full force on it next year. And at the same time, I am 100% sure that the participatory budgeting process, for the participatory budgeting process to happen, I'm sure that Philadelphia is going to get some sort of expensive consulting services. Right? This is how it typically happens. See what happened with the COVID-19 vaccine registration fiasco, which I can't really believe that this happened. But what I'm trying to say is that what's the point of spending another $100,000 or $200,000 into something that it's not going to be, it's not going to live up its full potential?
Yes.
Why don't we save that $100,000 or $200,000 and give it to the arts? Right? Yeah. Why don't we do that?
Yeah. If you're going to spend the money, make it effective. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, Casey, finish your thought.
Yeah. No, just did want to say, like, one of the benefits of doing a rally like this, though, and as artists who are used to collectivizing and collaborating, is that we all know about participatory budgeting. So, and we know that City Council is listening to us. So we as a group can reach out, talk to our council people, ask for these concrete action steps of things like opening up slots for introducing proposals, pushing back the start date and reopening the time, greater transparency in the process, and broader citywide education. And we can also do some educating around this among our colleagues, among our collaborators, our friends, if you're in a union, with your union, and to also think about where, like, we're also buying ourselves time for putting together proposals that'll benefit us as artists and the more broad community in Philadelphia. Like, I'm going to introduce you all to one of my dreams as an artist in Philadelphia, and it's free Wi-Fi in public parks. This would be a huge benefit to artists. Anyone who's performed in a park before recognizes this. This would also be really great for our unhoused neighbors, for folks who don't have stable internet connections at home or at work, people who don't have access to a library right now. So we can think about other things like that as a group in these collaborative groups that we already have. That's my end.
And like just to add one final point here is that typically participatory budgeting, the money that is allocated is focused heavily on capital projects. As I mentioned earlier, that could mean putting a stop sign or fixing some broken sidewalks, right? Or, fixing the roads and so on. But, the question that we need to ask is how art can blend with capital projects. And I think there is. I mean, Philadelphia has all these examples. I'm taking the murals of how murals have beautified communities. So in that sort of like context, it could be, okay, let's fix the roads or let's fix the sidewalks, but can we add an artistic flavor, right, to the sidewalks or to the roads and beautify the neighborhoods? And I think once we do that and beautify things, people will be proud of where they are, where they live, and maintain them, right? Yes. So that's it, I think, from us. In the next slide, we have our information. Should you have any questions or you need clarifications, feel free to reach out directly to me. It's been such an honor to be part of the rally, and I appreciate for reaching out. And I hope that the rally brings results as it brought the results in June.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, guys. And like I said, all this information going to be on our website, hopefully by next week, or with all the resources. So if you want to check back, read all those articles that we mentioned, it's going to be there in our Art and Social Change page. Yeah. All right, looks like we have Gabby and LaNeshe lined up. Hi, guys. You're muted, boo.
Hey. Is Sinta here with us too? Yes. Hey, boo. How are you?
Yay. Wow. It was thank you, Asaki, Casey, and Theo. That was like such an in-depth discussion that, like everybody's talking about this and such an important discussion. And then when you sit in and actually listening to what everyone has to say, I hope everybody's watching and also tagging your councilman and councilwoman. Like this is definitely a collaborative, collective goal that we have to come together. So thank you for that. I'm so happy that I'm a part of this and listening to everybody and then just also enjoying the art in Philadelphia. So without further ado, we have our next producer chat coming up right now with Gabby. All right, so is it LaNeshe?
Yes, good job.
I would better ask than say it different, like say it in the wrong way. So anyways, welcome, folks. And I'm excited to learn about this next and just be here and then just be a part of this conversation. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey. Thank you, Sinta, for welcoming us and being here with the rally and closing out the rally as our host. It's such an honor to have such an amazing group of artists coming together to advocate for that 1%, and also to just share their talent with us and their voice, and to connect us with their work. So that has been really exciting to also reconnect with folks who I have crossed paths with over the years. And so that reconnection has been really nice to witness. Cool. So, hey, LaNeshe.
Hello.
My ring light is like really strong right now.
I was just thinking mine too.
Like, it's dark. And then like my sweater, I'm trying to like give a shout out right now to Michelle Ortiz for this cultural warrior shirt.
I love that.
But I gotta kind of bring it up because my background ain't that nice for me to be stepping back too much. But how are you, LaNeshe?
I'm good. I'm excited to like sit here and talk to you.
Yes. We've been doing a lot of chatting over the last few months, probably more than we've had before. I think this is the first project we've ever really kind of worked on in this capacity, will I say.
Yeah, definitely in this capacity. Yeah.
That we've done a lot of like collaborations and just like just shouting each other out over all the years, and supporting each other's work. But it's been really nice to share space with you. I know that like it's just so nice to just share space and be like, yes, I get to be around LaNeshe's amazing brain. And then also have all these press hitting us up because you are so good at what you do. So can you actually just share with folks, like, what is it that you do?
Yeah. All the things. So let's see. Okay. Skills wise, I am a cultural producer, marketer, actress. And then like title wise, I'm executive director of Theater Philadelphia. I'm executive director of Theater in the X. I'm on the steering committee for the Black Theater Alliance of Philadelphia. I'm on the Councilman Isaiah Thomas's Arts and Culture Task Force. I'm also a mom, and so I'm affiliated with the Parent Artist Advocacy League. So lots of arts and marketing and
what is
culturally producing.
I'm like, what is it that you don't do? Like,
True.
Like you're a superhuman, I swear. I really think of producing as a superpower.
It is, because producers do all the things. I feel like producers have to do all the things because usually when we start out, there aren't enough people to do all the things. So we have to do all the things and wear all the hats and then hopefully be able to delegate that stuff to other people as time goes on.
Ooh, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about delegation. Why don't we
hold
on to delegation? Let me not forget that conversation. Oh, see what I just did right there? I have no type of swag, y'all. Sorry. Y'all are tuning in to the producers chat with LaNeshe Miller-White and me, Gabi Sanchez. And for those of you who may not know me, I am also a producer in the city through Power Street Theater. Also, like I've produced other works outside of Power Street, like my own works that somehow then get connected to Power Street. But
you can talk about that too. Write that down.
Right? Because I'm like, there's been certain projects that honestly have been like my own artistic work, but then I'm like, you know, you want to connect it to your organization, so your organization gets also that amplification. And so how do you? It's been really hard. Actually, why don't we go into that conversation?
Yes.
How has it been to navigate your own identity as an artist or right, as a marketing person versus like as a producer or an executive director of an organization?
It's been tough, honestly. And it's funny because I had a little bit of this conversation with Kat Ramirez, who folks seen earlier today, and John Jarboe from the Bearded Ladies earlier this week. This conversation of like self-autonomy within being very public faces of your organizations. And so I'm really doing a lot of thinking about that now, especially now that I have like, you know, my two largest roles being Theater Philadelphia's executive director and Theater in the X's executive director. Like everything is always like, okay, so which of those is this thing you're doing tied to, right? And even when I sent the release out about the digital rally, it's like, okay, so which hat are you wearing for this? And it's like, well, my answer to that is like, I'm wearing a Theater Philadelphia hat when I'm talking about the finances for artists. You know, I'm wearing a Theater in the X hat when I'm doing my producer chat with Gabby. And as an artist and arts advocate, I'm just doing it like that's the baseline of this whole thing. Like I am participating in this because I am an artist and I'm an arts advocate. And it's important to prioritize the arts. But it doesn't, I feel like, and this might sound crazy, but like, you know how moms often, or parents in general often have like a sense of like loss of personality when they become like, now you are just a father, you're a mother. And I felt less of that becoming a parent than I have when it comes to like my artistic endeavors and the hats that I wear. Like, I don't think I often get looked at as just LaNeshe, period, doing something. It's like, which of the things are you doing this with? So that's tough. Like, how do you navigate that as like being, I mean, like to most people, like Gabby is Power Street. Like that is you. They're one and the same. So like, how do you deal with that?
It's interesting because I remember having actually like serious breakdowns about this conversation because I had to dive into the world of grant writing, which comes with the territory of, if you want to call it executive director, if you want to call it, you know, co-artistic director, grant writer, like, right? Like I'm like co-artistic director, managing director, and co-founder. So many titles just within Power Street. But the person, you know, having to navigate the grant writing and apply as an individual artist and apply as an organization. And I used to not understand how to do that because I was always applying through Power Street and realizing like, no. I can apply for certain, like, you know, I could apply for the leeway and it just be me, but I can still use Power Street as the organization I'm working with to make it possible on a grander level. But, you know, I've had a lot of critiques of like, who are you outside of Power Street? And for so long, I didn't know how to answer that question because I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you know, like all of my, you know, I am a part of Power Street and I've been producing a lot of my own work because clearly there hasn't been space for me to exist on certain stages. And I get it. Like, I may not also be someone's taste as an artist. And there's so much talent out there that, like, you know, I decided to create space where my body and stories and culture and heritage could exist. And not just me, but like Erlina, creating space for me as a playwright and seeing me as an artist and saying, I'm gonna make sure that you get cast in this show, and like her, you know, really lifting me up as an actor and just saying, I see you and you're talented. And so it's hard because it's like, I do have that strong connection to Power Street, but also I have worked, you know, doing right now I'm working on with Eastern Northern Tours, and that's a huge coalition in North Philadelphia as a director. And we presented work of stories from North Philadelphia residents, a few months ago, and now we're going to revamp and do that again. And so it's been really nice to also have my identity like in that space that it isn't Power Street, but I'm always trying to think about like, how can I also connect them with Power Street?
Yeah, it's hard.
It's really
hard.
But I think, there is parts of me, I will say, I have to be honest. Sometimes there's a lot of pressure when someone, or people, right, or like just, in this leadership role in the producing world, right, or like, so be like when you're the face of an organization, I feel like sometimes I want to be even more radical than what people think I am, right? Like, or be unfiltered in ways that I see others are. And people will tell me, you are unfiltered, you are this, you are that. But I think actually in a lot of ways, I have silenced my own voice at times because I go, oh crap, if I say this thing, even though it's my own voice, people are going to staple it to the organization. And that has happened. And I've had to draw lines of just being like, well, you know what? Like, that's my voice. And so, yeah. How about for you in relation to like speaking out?
Yeah, I feel like less, I don't know. I mean, because I have, so less when with Theater and the Acts, definitely. I think like by nature, our existence is radical. And so like being like we're pro-Black, we're blackly, like that's what we do. And so like there's never any problem there, especially having like, I don't really need to in that space be outspoken when I have Walter DeShields on one side and Carlo Campbell on the other. Like they have zero, I don't need a filter. Like I got them. Like whatever it is that needs to be said is going to be said. And so in that regard, I don't usually I feel like people in that part of my brand, like people look at that as a, like, and also with having Richard with us, like unafraid to say like what is going on, And so putting on my like Theater Philadelphia hat, like that's been a different just like mode of being. Like even I realized, I was thinking about this the other day and what I've been wearing. And of course we're all like in home and Zoom, right? So it's just the top, but I have found myself being like, oh, does this shirt look like I'm an executive director? Meanwhile, I've been an executive director since 2013. But
say it again.
I've been an executive director since 2013.
Yes.
But now all of a sudden since August, I'm like, does this top look like an executive director? First of all, I'm an executive director 2 times over, no matter what I'm wearing. And so I'm trying to like get that in my mind and retrain myself to think about that. But just even in appearance to be like the executive director of Theater Philadelphia, to me, in a part of my brain that I'm trying to break down, looks different than the executive director of Theater and the Acts. But she doesn't, because she's both me. And like, that's where I am right now. Like, I am just, and I feel like there's also a lot, like, things that are outside of theater in the way of Theater of Philadelphia and theater in the way of Theater and the Acts, like other things that I want to do. Like I've got so many like pieces and bits of theater pieces I want to create around motherhood that like I haven't been able to do because they haven't fit into the pockets that I spend most of my energy in. So my own like artistic work is like the voice that I need to get out more.
Yes.
Like, especially in like genre wise of things that don't fit into one of my other hats. It's like, it's my theater mom hat that isn't getting the play to get these pieces out that I really want to get out. But it's a struggle. Like even I was up for the Leeway Transformation Award the last cycle and I didn't get it. And because I could not fully articulate me as an artist versus all of the things I've done in collaboration with other people. Like
LaNeshe, if that's not if that's not the realest, I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna just snap to that because our lives are so parallel. So
I had a feeling.
I'm gonna just leave it there.
I had a feeling.
Yes, leeway has come for me with that, like so many times. It's exhausting actually, and it's exhausting to have to constantly break yourself apart when you're applying for foundations, to really like let folks know who you are. It's much harder than what you think it is. And every time you have to go back to the like rewrites and go, how did I not make this clear enough? Or why are people not getting this aspect of my work? Why are people not understanding that theater is social change work, right? Like that is one of the biggest, misconceptions or challenges that I have often when I'm grant writing or feedback that I get. And I'm just like, but how, Sway? Like how's cultural preservation through stories not, movement work? How is that like, how is exposing theater to folks for the first time not movement work? How is this digital rally, right? And sharing stories and amplifying art not movement work? But I digress. And I think this is a part of the conversation is like, we can't stop having that conversation and talking about the intersections of art and social change. And LaNeshe, one of the things you were talking about is like, what I feel like I hear is like, we are artists first. That's something I always want to like, remind folks. And that's something that, even Erlina and Asaki were always like talking about is like, yes, we are doing this administrative work, but I never thought I was going to be a producer. Like I wasn't like, I'm going to be a producer. It somehow like just was like, the Lord was like, you will be a producer, like, because I happen to, I guess, be good at it. But it was really because I wanted to be an actor. That's what I wanted to do, know? And
the necessity, like that, I feel like so many people I know who have started theater companies, like it has come out of the necessity. Like there was not work for Black artists in Philly theater. So we made a theater company. Mm-hmm. You were not feeling like you and your people were being represented in the Temple theaters community and the theater community in general. You made a theater company. Like it comes out of necessity. And even when I feel like I was trying to run, because I've always been in like arts administration, like I have a communications major, like, so I always planned to do marketing. I'm a marketing and PR person. Like that's my trade. But somehow also it would be a thing is that I would get into a show as an actress. And then the show would need some marketing. And I'm like, oh, well, that's what I do. I can do that too. And then the next thing you know, like I'm now helping produce. Like producing to me came from like, I was a marketer and somehow marketing just seemed to always turn into producing. Like it kept happening. And oftentimes acting turned into somehow doing the marketing too. Because again, it was a lot of times with self-producers who were doing all the things and they saw the opportunity to be like, oh, you do marketing and you're in the show? Girl, you're doing marketing now.
I've had that experience with teaching. I'm also an educator and I've taught for various arts organizations throughout the city. And also, grew up with conflict resolution theater. Shout out to Judy Nelson, one of my mentors since I was a kiddo. Judy, I worked with Judy for 6 years, and I did conflict resolution theater, traveled to all recreation centers throughout the city. And that was like really impactful for me, like thinking about that, like right now, even the trajectory of like my artistry. And when we're talking about producing, like how like, you start off being an actor and then you end up starting to like be the marketing person on it. And like, even just thinking then when I was 15, how I started off, being an actor. And then next thing, I'm managing conflict resolution theater. So to no surprise, I'm not surprised that I'm a producer, but I will say it's not something I thought I was dreaming about when I was a kid. And it's something that I have to remind myself that I am an artist first. and I'm Gabriela Sanchez first, then just even, co-founder of Power Street, that my humanity matters and that I will fail up. I love that term of like, I will do great at times too, and that I'm human, and I think that I'm going to go into audience questions shortly, but I did want to talk about like, why don't we actually go to the artist question? Because I think then it could lead to my question. Okay. Because I think for some folks, they wanted to know what does a producer do? So that was from Kat Howman, who commented and was like, what does a producer do? So let's break that down first, and then we can go into like further questions. Gotcha.
What does a producer do? I mean, all of the things. So I think, and I'm really settling into this title of cultural producer, which is a thing that I stole from Leeway, because I think that more encompasses the work that I do, because it's all of the things and not just like theater presentations, theater productions. And I think it comes from like creating and putting things out there. This rally is a thing that you are producing. And it's the overarching, like all of the things. That's the delegation of people to do the other things. That is the administrative work of keeping everything together. That is filling in for whatever, like the producer is at the top of the things, right? So the producer, even if it's more than one person, but the producer, group of producers, they got to fill in all the holes. So when something is not going right, the producer has to hop in there and do it. And that's why often producers are people that have like varying administrative skills. And I think also have to be the face, right? Like the three of us that started Theater in the X are co-producers. Like I would bet that, and not even bet, I know that Walt and Carlo have the same issue of anything they do, people are tying to Theater in the X, right? And it's because I feel like a key skill in being a good producer too is being able to leverage your own personal brand and the brand of the organization to be able to do stuff. And that's why it ends up being like, you can't separate from it, because that's part of it.
Yeah. Thank you for breaking that down. Yeah, I think like you said, it's interesting because like one of the follow-up questions is like, how do you navigate hierarchy? But it's hard because it's true. Like the bottom line is the producer at the end of the day, like you said, has to fill in, has to be on call 24/7. And now I'm learning to create boundaries around that, because that is a narrative, right? Before I talked about it, I believe, one of the articles, I think it was WHYY. One of the articles that went out, there was a few people I talked to, but one of them went out and I talked about being hospitalized for dehydration more than once after a production. And it's because honestly, I had no type of good boundaries, honestly, up until this pandemic. Thank you to this pandemic. The one thing I've taken away is healthy boundaries. And one of the things I've taken away is that if I am not well, I cannot lead. Okay. And let me say that again. If I am not well, I cannot lead. And somehow I have done it, but at the expense of my own health, at the expense of breakdowns and just, like things behind the scenes, right? That folks don't see. And so this role is really hard because you have to you start at point A, but you have to be at Z. You have to have, you have to think through so many things. Yeah. You have to do a lot of emailing, follow-ups, interpersonal connections and relationships, right? You have to manage more than probably 2 emails. You have to manage multiple personalities, right? And people's needs. So that's something that is probably one of the hardest things to do for me as a producer. beyond like the admin work, right? Is like when you really care and have empathy and want to create a culture of wellness, that's work, because wellness can look different for everyone, and everyone's wellness is different. What people need to be well, there's fundamental things like staying hydrated, like, moving your body, all of these things. But there are certain levels that people have different communication styles. So you need to learn how to adapt to people's communication styles. You need to know how to negotiate. And negotiation is something I had to learn the hard way. You don't learn that as a woman too. Yeah. So there's so many skills that you need to be a producer. You have to know when to pick your battles, Yes. So I've burnt bridges at times, but it's also like at the expense of speaking my truth. So I'm not sorry about that. But
that's hard though, because again, like people can't separate it. So you don't want to put yourself in a position where your truth can jeopardize Power Street or any other projects. Like that's the hard thing about it, for sure.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go on to the next question, which I love this question. It came from Carlos Roa. How do you take care of your collaborators? What does taking care of them even mean? How do you take care of your collaborators? What does taking care of them even mean?
So I think that also like plays into the difficulty of care of your team, and especially in this time, right? And I think like, especially for us, and I'm glad that I think I've learned this through working with Theater on the X, and I also learned this from even like a year I spent in a for-profit tech company, but that was a really good like people company, is like being receptive to, like you were saying, the different ways that people need care. And that can be tiring because you might have someone who you have to like, you got to check in with them, every other day to make sure they're cool and everything is all right. You may have another person who like they don't like phone calls, so you just gotta send them an email to check in, make sure they're all right. And if you never ask them, they'll never tell you they're not all right. So you have to make sure you ask them so that you know that they're not all right. And managing, and I probably even the hardest part is then managing the rest of the team's various styles of care and how they need care and how that relates to each other. So if one person's care style drives someone else crazy, you also have to navigate that and make space for everyone's different needs. It's tough.
And your own. I think that's a part of this question is like, how do you right? Like the producer is responsible for the care of people. And I'm like, actually, no, if we're talking about co-creation, we are all responsible for caring for each other. And that's the world I want to see, right? Because so often, sometimes I'm like, this role is really lonely, even when, I have my ride or die Erlina with me. And I there's no way in this world I would have gotten through this role, and Power Street would have gotten here without the friendship, my sister, like that is my sister, like blood couldn't make us stronger. And so I really thank her, but there has been times that I've articulated to her, I feel very lonely in this role. And the pressure of having to bring in the money, the pressure of, being the face, right? The pressure of people's livelihoods relying on you, on top of you relying on, you having to survive. I have to survive to pay my mortgage, there's a lot of pressure. And sometimes I'm like, am I cut for this? And then I have to hype myself up in the mirror and say, no, Gabby, you got this. But, I think oftentimes people perceive me as super confident, but, and I am, I have to be, but I have lost myself in this role at times, because I have failed people. I have hurt people, unintentionally often. Sometimes I don't even know about it. I hear through other people, right? Or people have told me directly, even at our postmortems, about how, I'm like, Dad, I wish I would have thought about that ahead of time. Even if it's something that is minor, it may seem minor to folks, but I'm like, oh, I didn't create the space that I wanted to, or, and I think we do our best. And I think that's why feedback's so helpful. But it's hard. It's hard to also put yourself in a position, again, when you care and you have empathy, to say, tell me how I can do better, and actually be able to listen, because people could tell you, but, actually be able to listen and make that change. And that's the type of leader I want to be. But that's also hard to constantly open yourself up to critique willingly, right? Because you're always going to be up for critique. I mean, people always got something to say about me, I'm sure. But it's a role that I have learned. I had to tell myself that I did choose at this point. At first, I don't think I chose it, but at this point,
now you're like, okay, I stuck into this. I'm
riding out. There's so much beauty to it too. So I also want to talk about the beauty of like our role, right? Because there is magic in being a producer. And I can just share that I think the magic for me is the rehearsal room, and seeing, like, the Powertree always got food in the rehearsal room. We always got cafe, and just seeing people come together, right? Seeing, like, just being like, I wrote about this thing 3 years ago for this money, and then the idea about this thing came to me 2 years prior to that. It took 5 years to get to this rehearsal. And people don't always understand how much work goes behind to even getting to that space and being able to say, oh, I got the money to pay people what they deserve, or at least pay people, at the point of where we at. We're probably not at the what people deserve yet.
Yeah, not at the deserve yet, but at least something.
But people, like, just the smiles, and then the audience component of, like, audience just, and I've seen that with Theater in the X. I mean, the audience there, I can imagine the adrenaline.
Always the payoff. Like, oh my goodness. Like, it's amazing. It's always worth it. Like, it has never, ever not been worth it. Like, the payoff of seeing it go up and seeing it happen is just so beautiful. And I just walk around. If people haven't been to our shows in Malcolm X Park, we do them underneath the pavilion in the center of the park. And so there's like a circle around it. And I just like do laps around. If I'm not in the show, I do laps just around the whole audience and the whole thing, and just like take it in, because it's always worth it. Like, it's so worth it. And even, the rehearsal too, like the process, all of that stuff. I love that stuff. And it's like, it's exhausting, but I need it. Like, I know I have realized how much I need that. Even these past 2 days of the rally, like, it's been crazy, y'all. It's been crazy. Y'all should see us behind the scenes, like, chatting with each other and trying to fix things and troubleshooting all this stuff. But I have been happier in these past 2 days, like, than I have in many of the days in this pandemic. Like, and I did not realize that I needed that. Like, I'm just as busy. Like, my to-do list is not going anywhere. I'm getting like one thing knocked off a day. Like, I'm just as busy as I was last week, but somehow it's worth it because I've produced something. People are enjoying this. It's up and it's happening. And I need it. Like, I don't know what kind of like world for artists, probably artists in general too, and producers, but like, I don't know if we're adrenaline junkies or what, but we want to do this. We want to put on 24 hours of programming.
Crazy.
And like,
we crazy.
Like, but we love it. Like, we love it. And I think you have to love it to be a producer, because the thing about producers also is that there isn't a step away from us. Like, if you're in a show, you're on a rehearsal and you do that. When you go home, you're working on your lines and stuff, but you don't have responsibilities to the show outside of like knowing your lines, knowing your blocking, coming in at the time you have to come in and kill it and killing it. Like after the show, it's like, okay, I've got cash to deposit. I've got what went wrong, what props need to be redone. Who do I need to check into the people in charge of all the things to make sure they've got all their stuff together. Like there's so many elements of it. So many elements.
Shares, downloading the Eventbrite. You know, also producers have to have a huge pool, like have to have a network. And I have to say, you know, I have to constantly be building relationships and, you know, working toward and fostering those relationships and maintaining those relationships. And that's hard because there's not enough hours in the day. Sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't, you know, I also need time for my family. I need time for myself. And I think, you know, when I was a producer, even 2 years ago, even before the pandemic, you know, I didn't have good boundaries, like I was talking about earlier. And I wanted to hear from you, LaNeshe, like, have you learned have you discovered any boundaries for yourself as a producer now than maybe a few years ago or even a few months ago or a year ago?
I mean, I've gotten so much better. Like I used to run myself ragged on things. I think it changed a little bit after I had my daughter, because then there was a like giant major priority that just had to take precedence. Like she had to take precedence over things sometimes. So that was like a forced stop on things. But then that also became like taking away from my time. It's like, so where am I now? Okay, I'm a producer. This is all handled now. All right, I'm a mom. This is all handled now. And like, how much of the day is left after that for me and for taking care of myself? And I think just like I think it's also come with just age. Like, I think as I've gotten older and just seeing like, honestly being like burned and not seeing the return on the time that I had put in some areas being returned to me. Like realizing that, I was like, oh, okay. So I always thought I was breaking my back for this. And when the time came, like they would take care of me. And that did not turn out to be the truth. And I think that was where I really started like being like, okay, I put my time into what I know can give it back to me first. And like myself is the number one of those. Like any investment that I put into myself, I know is worth it because it's me. And I think, yeah, like after kind of being burned on time spent, I was like, oh, first priority is gonna need to be me. Like that has to be at the head of it. And so just like with time, I mean, right now, like in pandemic land, I'm able to, for the most part, like keep weekends free, right? Because we're not really producing things. So right now, because the week is so hard with like all of the hats and family and everything. So like weekend is no work. Yeah. Because right now we have the luxury of, we don't have shows running across weekends and things. I'm like, weekends are no work if I can at all help it. Because I gotta have some time in this pandemic world where I'm not at my computer and everything is on the computer at this point. So it's like, you know what? That's it. Friday night, boom, it's over.
Yes. And you know what made you talked about like shows not happening right now, and like this idea, well, not idea, but a reality came to me. Another thing that producers have to do is go see other people's work. And so that is a whole other like dynamic that, of course, you know, as you ask people to support you, you got to support people. And and you also should be informed. And so, you know, it's, again, building those relationships. I've learned that I can't be at all the amazing, you know, spaces that I want to be, you know, and being okay with that too, being forgiving of yourself, because I think that there's this guilt, you know, I think that also that is not useful, but I have to acknowledge that I have carried of like being like, dang, I haven't supported this organization, or I haven't, you know, I wasn't able to make it to that thing, but like I had to, you know, be with my family, you know, like whatever, or I had to take care of myself. So there's a lot of dynamics at play, but I think always remembering to be gracious to yourself and know that, you know, like for me, I'm a list person, you know, I love Google Calendar.
Yes.
I love agendas. I've even made a talking points and agenda for this meeting here today. Like I'm a very Virgo person. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go look up my sign. But you know, yeah. So I want to ask another question because I know we have a few, 20 more minutes or about like 15 more minutes. But okay. The question that was here, I think we kind of talked about this, was like Jill Harrison said, like, how you both came to producing. What are your points of view as producers individually and as reps of your companies? And what are the differences between producing as a founder of a company and producing as a freelancer on behalf of someone else's company or project? So we kind of touched on some of this already.
And that last one is like, people won't let us produce not connected to entity.
Like people will not reach out to me because I guess they think I'm so consumed with power. Well, also because there's moments I'm just like, I'm not gonna work for free.
True. I mean, and that's the thing too. Yeah.
I was like, I'm not gonna do this thing for pennies, or I'm not gonna do this thing only because you now need, like, I feel like the only time people reach out to me is when they need connection to the Latinx community. Which is also an interesting dynamic because I'm like, do you just reach out to white people for like, I don't know. I'm just like, am I only good as a producer because I connect well with the Latinx community? Like, it's interesting, like that has been kind of the grounds, which is great. I'm like, yes, you should be reaching out to me. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I'm saying like, I also can produce other things outside of just like,
Yeah. That's the thing, because even in this world, this inclusive world or pre-inclusive world where everyone is trying to be more inclusive. Yeah. What does it look like to be inclusive, but like, let me do something that isn't directly related to the Black community, or ask me for actor recommendations when the character doesn't have to be Black. Right. So
also, like, don't act like, I feel like sometimes two people will ask me like to give them recommendations and do the work, kind of like the work for them. And I'm like, am I the casting director on this?
Okay, let's talk about this.
Can we talk about that? Because I'm like, I'm recommending all these people to you and you're about to cast this show. What the fuck? Like, excuse me, like, and obviously you're going to recommend your people because you want them to get the work. But it's like, technically, did you do that casting or like?
That's a real thing. Like because that's the thing, of course, we want to be able to put our people on. So I'm going to give you recommendations, but now I have taken time like out of my life to go through everyone, find everyone that fills your needs. And yeah, I don't know. How
am I being compensated? Like, how am I being like, and the crazy part is that oftentimes the people who reach out to me don't even have a relationship with me. That's where I get mad. Because
I don't really do strangers anymore on the recommendations, partially because like, I already don't have the time for most of the people, but also I don't want to recommend someone to something that I don't know what they're doing. Like, so I will instead be like, hey, here are the Facebook groups that you can post this in for what you're looking for. I won't do a personal recommendation if you're a stranger, because you might be getting my people into something crazy. And then that comes back to me.
Yo, that's so real. That's so real. Real quick, as I find another question, what is your favorite color?
Purple.
Purple. Okay, what's your favorite fruit?
Grapes.
I see the purple. Oh, what kind of purple grapes or green grapes?
Ooh, I would say green grapes, but my daughter only eats red grapes, so we more often get red grapes now, but green grapes are more my thing.
Gotcha. What is your favorite smell?
Ooh. I feel like peppermint, like the refreshing. I feel like peppermint is like a scent for all seasons, a scent for all times. Like it's always refreshing. I think peppermint and baby powder are my two.
Yes. What is your favorite part of being a mother or parent?
Just whenever she's happy, like the joy that she brings into our lives is just like, I don't know how we would be living in pandemic world, like without her to like jump in with just unfiltered joy, laughing. Like she has a lot, like she laughs. Like when something is funny, she laughs with all of her being. And just her joy makes me so happy.
I remember when I first met you, you were pregnant.
Yeah.
At the Painted Bride.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. And so, and I think it was Todd who introduced me to you, and he was like,
"Yeah, that's right."
He was like, "You need to meet LaNeshe." Like,
I remember him being like, "You need to meet Gabby Sanchez. She's great." We'd be in the board meeting, and he'd be like, "Gabby Sanchez is great. We should get her on the board. You got to meet her."
Yeah. So shout out to Todd for connecting us way back when.
Yeah.
And thank you for sharing. You know, I think children bring so much joy, and I have to say, like, you know, I give you so much props because I don't know how you do it. You know, I think one of the things I've been really thinking about is like, there will come a time that my family will expand, and you know, and I'm like, how am I gonna be able to do this? You know, like there's oftentimes this doubt and this huge fear, especially, you know, in this particular role, and also like it not being fully sustainable yet. Like we're not in a position like some of these $1 million organizations or multi-million-dollar organizations that have healthcare and a good salary and all of those things. So, you know, those moments that I'm like, you know, will I survive? Like, will I fit? Like, then I feel as a leader, will things come up short? And then I look at my peers around me, and y'all, especially you, LaNeshe, is just such an inspiration to me to be like, no, this can happen, and this will happen if you want it, Gabi. And, you know, you have people around you that you could talk to. But I have to give props to like the parents out there who are, you know, making it happen with work while also like, you know, being with their children and also teaching their children, because let me tell you, like, it's a whole thing, you know, like, I have a little kiddo over here too with me and Jose, you know, and not on a full-time status, but like it is a role of having to be present. And that's what I love about children, is like, they
force that on you.
They force you to be present, you know, and I think that was honestly the aha moment for me. Back in June, I had kind of like a breakdown moment, you know. I think I was like just at my level of done. Like, I don't even know how to express how done I was with everything. I was just, you know, had reached a point that I felt like I broke. Like I almost didn't even know who I was at that point anymore. Like I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do Power Street. Like I just didn't want to do art. Like, I think I was experiencing a lot of grief, a lot of pressure, a fear of just, will we survive? It was so many things, just like so many other people are navigating in this world. Especially Black folks, especially Black trans folks, like, right? Like, you know, so many folks are just experiencing so much suffering. But for me at that time, like that was my point of a breaking. And I'm thankful that I had folks around me to remind me of why we do what we do. And that I'm not alone. Because again, like that feeling of loneliness is so real as a producer. And sometimes, you know, you don't want to talk about it because it's going to be draining to the team. Or if you're depressed or sad or going through stuff, like, you know, it's kind of like the funders don't care. I got to hand in, you know, that's the crazy part for me that I have resentment around, is that, like, you know, as we care for others, right? When you're in a position where you're really centering caring for others and wellness, is like the systems, like even trying to work within the system, nonprofit sector, like you're trying, like Power Street's trying to do this wellness and all of these things, but like at the end of the day, the system we're in doesn't care about my wellness. So when you're at the person, there is a hierarchy, even though you're trying to break through. Power Street is definitely trying to break through the hierarchy. Yeah. I know Theater and the X also is trying, like really working towards that. But at the end of the day, that grant still got to go in. So if I'm having a really bad mental health days, months, you know, I have to get it together. There's no excuse, right? Like I have to tell myself things that I would never tell other people to make it happen. And that
you're convincing yourself to push past the boundaries that you know are the right ones. Like you have to push yourself beyond what you would want from someone else. Like I think that's also part of the producer mix, is like you're like, all right, get it together. Like I know that this is tough and we're in a pandemic, but this deadline is on Friday. Mm-hmm. Like, and yeah, it's tough.
And you're accountable to yourself. That's the thing too. Like, it's like, that's another thing about being a producer. It's like, you have to be accountable to yourself, because sure, like the community could, of course, the community is accountable to you. Of course, you know, the company or collective is like, you know, all of those things, but you have to really like, you know, I'm my worst critic. Like there is no one that can shame me more than I can shame myself. And I've learned, you know, reading Daring Greatly right now, that shame is no use to me, but I've learned how I have used shame over time, and how I've also seen others use shame to really keep ourselves small. And so, you know, what are you, as I shared right now, like Daring Greatly is something that I'm just right now in the moment. I mean, there's many books that I have read, and I'm, you know, in the list of books that I'm going to be reading. But have there been any books that you have read or podcasts that have inspired you to take care of yourself or think about something in a different way?
I don't think there's been anything I've read or listened to. I think going to therapy definitely was a huge catalyst. Like because the thing, people go to therapy. If you have the ability, go to therapy. And the main reason is that when you're in therapy, as opposed to talking to any other person who's a friend or family, the therapist is only there for you. And the therapist has your back. So as I'm like, I have to do this, and this person needs this, and this, and this, and this. And so the therapist is like, okay, but what about you? And how are you going to do that if you're not taking care of you? Like, in such a necessary and clear way that it's hard to get from anyone else. Even the people that love you the most are tied to what you do in love for them. So the therapist, they've got no skin in the game. They can tell you, you need to focus on you. Well, I need to do you need to do that? Why do you need to do that? What is your feeling of needing to do that tied to? Because that's another thing. We can't do all the things. And one of the things that I feel like I've learned in the last few years is prioritizing, and is being okay without shame to let go of things that I can't get to, and just let it be as it is. Especially if it's something where the return on the time when I'm in the space that I'm in isn't worth it. Like, and we've talked about, especially like when it comes to funding, like, you know, we've talked about various people who it's like, it's not worth the energy. It's not worth the energy for what you're getting. And I think that's a thing also that is a privilege now as we are growing in Theater in the X, like that I am able to be like, okay, like if everything is stacked on top of each other and I can't get to this thing for $500 unless it's at the expense of my sanity, then I'm not going to do that thing.
Yeah.
Like, work smarter, not harder.
Yes. Work smarter, not harder. I'm really into that. Minimizing stress is something I've been certainly into. I do, before we kind of shift gears here and have our exit, I do want to just ask the question for both of us to answer. What are three, and it could be quick, what are three pieces of advice that you would like give to folks who are, who are producers now or are seeking to be producers? Like, what's some advice you got? Three
things. I would say delegate as soon as it is possible. So whether that is within your network before you have money, and then when you have money, we are about to hire a project manager, and I'm thrilled because that is going to take so many of the little things that I do off of my plate. So definitely like delegation, and then when you can hire. What else? Trying to be quick. Working your network, like you said, I think especially when you're starting out, and really you never have enough money. Like even the richest of people are the richest of people, and even many of the organizations that are large, a big part of that comes from the leaders working their networks. Like they're still getting things done for free, and that's how they have that money, because of working their networks. Work your networks would be number 2. And number 3, I would say if you are an artist going into producing, continue to keep your art in some capacity. Because I know so many cultural leaders, the majority of the leaders of cultural institutions in this city were once artists and don't get to do it anymore. So keep your artistry.
Yes, thank you, LaNeshe. Delegation, hire, network, all the things. I'm gonna go through mine real quick, and I'm like yes to all of those. I would say one of the things you should always do is record your work. As you need work samples. And so that's for any artist out there, for when it comes to grant writing and when it comes to producing, because individual artists have to produce their own work oftentimes. So making sure that you're getting videos and good images, and not just of yourself, but of the audience, of the people you're serving, the people you're in community with, of the process. Another thing I would say is, if you're an artist, if you're someone seeking to go into producing, you should start looking up foundations. Like you should start researching who aligns with you, like what funders align with your mission, right? Like start doing that work, because research is going to be a big part of your role, unless if you have the money to hire someone immediately to do that. But I think a good part of like knowing all the things, then you'll know how to lead too. If you know how long it takes to write a grant, like you could be more empathetic towards a grant writer and like actually pay them what they deserve if you've done that role, right? Oftentimes people don't value certain roles because they haven't done it and don't really understand it. And that's okay too if you don't like, if you got the money, just hire them out. But yeah, those are 2. And then I guess coffee dates, that's something, Erlina Ortiz will always talk about with me and really push me to do to get outside my comfort zone, was to have coffee dates with people. So it's not just like leaders, but like with anyone and everyone that you can, that like you can get your mission out to, have a coffee date with them, and inform people about your work, because no one's gonna sell your art the way you can. Trust and believe. And so it's up to you. It's up to you to push it. It's up to you to make it happen. But yeah, those are 2. And it's also up to you to be informed. And so I want to give a shout out to Howard Street's advisory board, because our advisory board is it started off as coffee chats with folks, and then it turned into advisory board. And I have mentors. I don't have a therapist yet. I did have a therapist, and then my therapist got sick. And after like 3 or 4 sessions, and then now I'm on a search for a new therapist. But yes, y'all, get a therapist and take care of yourselves, because that is also the biggest work. We cannot care for others until we pour into ourselves. If you're interested in chatting more about producing work, if I'm available, I have the capacity, shoot me an email. And if somehow like we can make it happen, let's make it happen. But yeah, thank you, LaNeshe, for this amazing chat. I know Sinta is here with us, is going to now transition us out. but Sinta is also someone who produces their own stuff, and so another producer in the house. So whoop, whoop.
Well, thank you. Why did I feel like y'all just be talking about my life story? That's how I can so relate. I feel like people on social media are talking about the same thing too, like that, performing for exposure. Like that's how, like when Gabby said, like, how are you going to compensate me? So I'm also a mom. So like my second child just turned 18. So my children are older. So it will get better, LaNeshe. Don't worry. But I totally can relate. I totally can empathize. Like self-care, I feel like it's super important. Delegating, like all these things that you both were talking about. These are the things that I'm trying to tell myself, and I'm sure everybody else watching, right? That yes, definitely family first. Like your loved one should be first, but definitely don't lose that traction, that work with your art form, because I feel like sometimes I'm doing all these other things, doing all this marketing. I do marketing too, and I just I'm not producing my art. I'm not choreographing, so totally appreciate both of y'all. That was just great. I hope people will be watching this again and again, right? So thank you so much. There was an amazing producer chat, and we are going to segue to our next segment right here, and it's going to be with Tanara, who's a playwright and a theater maker, and I think she is here.
Yeah, I am.
How are you?
I'm okay. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, hoping that it's not going to snow again, right? Even though I heard
it's going to happen.
I know. So thank you so much for joining us. I know it's 7 p.m. on a Wednesday, but what better things we could be doing other than, rallying for Philly arts. So thank you for joining us. Can you tell us just a little bit about who you are and then what you'll be doing, and then I'm going to let you do your thing.
Sure. Well, yeah, what other better place would I rather be than rallying for Philly arts in our city budget? So important. I'm sure you guys have mentioned this already, but there is an open survey to all residents of Philadelphia to advocate for where the funding should go next year. So folks should try to find that out and just, make sure that we plug those art dollars. So I am a theater maker and a playwright here in Philadelphia. I was part of the Foundry for a number of years. I am one of the lead facilitators of a group called Lupine Performance Cooperative, and we make, justice-focused live art. We've got some projects happening during the pandemic. Somehow we're making it work. But I wanted to use this opportunity to invite the watchers out there into the playwriting process, which a lot of the times is just hearing people read your work out loud so that you can learn what works and what doesn't work. So this is a more informal, relaxed kind of segment where I am just going to be taking notes about what isn't working in this little scene, because it's still very much a work in progress. So I've got some folks here who are going to be reading for me.
Yeah, awesome. Welcome, folks. And then I'm just going to let you all have the floor.
Great. Okay, so we can get started, everybody. I'm going to be reading stage directions, so nobody will see me while this is happening. All right, so scene 4. The next day, halfway through the morning shift, Emily is mopping in the deli. Kurt is off stage, getting yelled at by a regular.
I'm really sorry to hear that, ma'am, but No, of course. Yes, I know. No, I didn't mean... I'm happy to talk to my supervisor about ordering. Well, we unfortunately don't have any control over that, ma'am. Yes, of course. I know who you are, Mrs. Petrakis, but no, I didn't. No, wait, Mrs. Petrakis. That's not what We don't have any blueberries, Mrs. Petrakis. The air quality messed up the crops. There's not a single thing I can... Well, No, don't go to... Mrs. Petrakis. Mrs. Petrakis, watch out, the floor is wet.
Emily stops, mopping to listen. Kurt enters, incensed.
Motherfucker. Oh, wait.
It's because I'm muted. Did she slip?
I wish she did. I wouldn't have even helped her up. I would have looked at her and loomed over her walnut wobbly boned ass and said, "This is your bullshit. You sowed it, you reap it, eat your no blueberries and sit on them." I wouldn't have said that.
No.
Need help?
No, I'm good.
Uh,
But you can stay here if you want.
okay.
My party's this weekend.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Air quality is supposed to be pretty good. And in the mountains, it tends to be better anyway. So,
My mom.
yeah, I know.
So, how was it with Vic
What do you mean?
when he gave you a ride home?
Oh, it was fine. His mom was really nice to me. She dropped me off. She said she liked our July 4th decorations.
What car was she driving?
Nice one. She was talking to Vic in the car about like classes and stuff for the fall. Apparently he's taking an extra class this summer to like boost his grades and like prepare him for college.
College?
Yeah. She's pretty intense about it. He's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I wish I was under a lot of pressure.
What do you mean?
I miss school so much.
Oh, yeah. I guess sometimes.
I miss Mr. Moore. Do you remember him? He was the 11th grade science teacher.
Emily, you weren't in 11th grade science.
I know, but he was also a 4th grade homeroom teacher. And so I would see him in assembly. And he seemed so cool. And one time he did that physics demonstration. Remember? That was really fun. Remember at assembly?
I remember.
And when the Christmas laws got passed, he sent everyone in the 9th grade assembly this really long email. It was really sweet.
You read that?
Of course I read it.
What did it say?
That we were amazing kids and smart. And that there was a lot of people fighting this, but that we could also fight too. But that no matter what happens to the schools, learning is everywhere. And if we keep learning and keep being curious about stuff, we would be okay.
I can't believe you read that.
I can't believe you didn't.
I didn't read any of those emails. Monroe was just a place where people called me a blurred. A black nerd.
Oh. Nothing wrong with being a nerd.
What about being a black nerd?
Oh, no,
Besides, all the stuff I like to learn, I never really learned at school.
Like what?
Like about history and politics and stuff, and like sci-fi and drawing and art.
What are you talking about? We were in history together.
Yeah, but they didn't really teach us anything important.
I think they tried to, at least. At least they tried.
Nah, I don't even think that's true. None of them tried, and they all thought I owed them my respect just because they told me to do a bunch of proofs for 50 minutes every other day. That's not the same thing as actually teaching me. XX Renrar XX taught me more about geometry than Miss Hill ever did.
Who's XX Renrar?
XX Renrar XX. It's a username for someone on this forum I look at sometimes.
And XX Renrar or whatever taught you geometry?
No, I just mean, one time I couldn't understand Miss Hill's assignment and I was complaining about it on the forum, and XX Renrar XX offered to take a look at the question, and so we Skyped and...
You Skyped with a stranger?
What?
You just got on Skype with a complete stranger?
Who said stranger? I didn't say stranger.
You know them as XX Renrar XX.
Well, I mean, that's how I knew her at first.
Her?
Yeah, Carolyn.
Her name is Carolyn?
Yeah, see? Not a stranger.
Who is she?
She's a designer in Tucson.
Arizona?
Yeah.
What grade is she in? I mean, what grade was she in?
Oh, she's not. She's like in her 30s. What?
She's in her 30s on this online forum talking to a 16-year-old?
Teaching me more about geometry than Miss Hill ever did.
Because that's kind of fucked up.
What is?
That, like, she's like, I mean, what is she doing, like, preying on young boys?
What? No, Emily, what are you talking about? Why is this a problem for you? It's not like that. It's a forum where people exchange ideas and like talk about politics and the world and stuff. There are hundreds of people on there and it never gets like bad at all. And she was being nice and helped me with my homework.
I didn't know you did stuff like that.
Stuff like what?
Like online stuff like that?
Yeah, I do all the time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You never asked. It never came up.
Oh, sorry. So, what's it like?
What?
The forum?
Oh, it's all right. It's all right.
What kind of ideas?
What?
What kind of ideas do you all exchange? You said it was a place where everyone exchanges ideas, right?
Yeah.
So, wait, why are you being so cagey about this? Oh God, it's not porn, is it?
No, don't worry. It never gets that interesting. Jesus, I'm kidding. It's not actually that special, Em. It's nothing. It's a space where people like talk about the world and the problems in the world and stuff.
Like the Christmas break laws?
Yeah, you don't even know.
What don't I even know?
They've been planning this for years.
Who has?
The government and shit. They knew what they were doing to the air, and they knew that they could stop it, and it would all go away and fix itself. But they knew they could keep getting richer and
It
richer.
wouldn't fix itself.
No, it would. I've seen the science.
You've seen the science?
I can send you some links.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Whatever. Wait. Who has been planning what forever?
The Christmas break laws.
How long forever?
For the earliest mention of it is in the early aughts, but...
Okay, hold on, I'm confused.
I can send you a link.
Yeah, but...
Emily, I'll send you a link.
Okay, sure.
Kurt!
Shit.
Kurt bolts off stage. Emily is left mopping by herself. Vic comes on.
Hey.
Hi. Hey, hi.
Oh, shit, your shoes.
No, they're fine, you're fine.
Oh, okay. Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay. I have to cancel tonight.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Okay.
She goes back to mopping. Vic stands there awkwardly.
I am sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
I really wanted to go out with you. Well, obviously not like we can't go out, obviously, but I wanted to be on a date with you in my house. So I'm sorry.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Emily continues mopping. Vic looks like he's in turmoil.
Okay. Bye.
He turns to go.
Yes?
Why do you have to cancel?
Oh, yeah. My parents are making me cancel. They say I can't date while my grades are the way they are.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, like my mom said the other night in the car, I'm taking these summer classes and I really, really need it to go well because my grades at St. Chris's were already not incredible. And if I'm going to get into college and not end up, I need to focus.
Oh. What classes are you taking?
Trig and history.
I can do trig.
What?
Yeah, I was an IB trig at Monroe.
They had IB in Monroe?
Yeah, I can tutor you, Vic.
You can?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's amazing, Emily.
Without thinking, he bridges the gap between the two of them and wraps her up into a tender, loving hug. She is startled and then gladly hugs him back.
Truly, that is incredible. Like, that's so nice of you. I'm gonna go text my mom right now, and you can still come over tonight, but we would just be doing my homework. And I hope you don't mind, but it'll be around my parents, because I'm sure they're going to want to make sure you're like a real tutor. Actually, you know what? I won't even tell them that you're the same girl I was going to have over from before. Oh, Emily.
What?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kurt enters.
For real, thank you. I love you. I'm going to go text my mom right now.
Vic flies off the stage, not even noticing Kurt.
Did you get reamed by Mel?
Did he just say he loves you?
No.
He literally did. He literally
Yeah,
just
but he
did.
didn't mean it.
Okay.
No, he's having trouble with trig, and I told him I was an IB trig at Monroe, and then I can help him.
Oh, okay.
Emily mops. Kurt's not even bothering her.
His dad is the CFO of Boys. I looked it up last night.
Huh?
Vic's dad, he's the CFO of Boys.
Okay.
So Vic must have been telling the truth when he said the Boys was having a shitty third quarter.
Okay.
Which means they're probably going to make us go out and deliver groceries, since people just want groceries delivered now. And they're probably going to make us do it on our bikes.
Emily's too jazzed to notice.
Breathing in all those noxious fumes.
Well, maybe by that time, Charisse will have her car, and we can all just get a ride in there.
This is serious, Em. This is our lives. They're going to ruin our health for the rest of our lives because they just care about profits.
Yeah, I get it, Kurt. Send me the link.
I can't believe you're helping him. For free.
What?
You should at least have him pay you. Come on, Emily. Suck the money out of the boy whose life hasn't really changed. God, just because he can still go to college?
I could still go to college.
How, Emily?
I could take the entrance test.
Without having been in school for 3 years?
Well, maybe that's why tutoring Vic is more than just about money.
I'm so sure.
He's not that bad, Kurt.
Was he out at any of the protests?
Were you? You were just happy you didn't have to go to school anymore. You said so.
When?
Earlier, before. You said it was just a place where you were called a blur.
Well, were you at any of the protests?
Yeah, I was for weeks. I still go with Mr. Monroe and a bunch of people from 9th grade assembly.
Oh.
Kurt, where the fuck are you?
God.
You know, everyone's pissed about this, but you're the only one who's being a huge fucking asshole about it.
Emily.
Mel enters.
Want to explain why an angry Polish lady was yelling at me about the blueberries?
Not really, no.
Don't sass me.
I told her we didn't have any and she didn't believe me. She wanted to talk to you about it.
Let me just repeat what I said when I hired you. When people ask for the manager is always not here. It doesn't matter if I'm standing right next to you. I'm not present. Got it?
Seems like an unsustainable move.
Excuse me?
Fucking whatever, Mel. Sure, yeah, sorry. I'll go tell Mrs. Petrakis to go fuck herself next time. Good luck with the studying tomorrow, Emily.
Kurt exits.
Wow, what's got his panties in a twist? Who buttered the fly into his toast, right? Jesus, Emily, you could try to laugh.
Huh?
when you're done here, I need you on register 3.
Sure.
Mel exits. Emily watches him go. Then she kicks the industrial mop bucket and spills the grimy water all over the floor. She watches it spread, spread, spread. She pushes at it with her mop. She puts the mop into the bucket and exits. That's all we've got, Sinta.
Thank you. I was like waiting for the next. What's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen? I'm like laughing over here. So that's amazing. So how has the pandemic like affected you all and your work? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's so much, right? But yeah, tell me like maybe like in the short period of time that we have here.
On the bright side, Tanara and Saurabh and I have gotten to collaborate quite a bit during the pandemic. Saurabh is my partner, and so we get to work in the same space, which makes us very lucky. And we made a couple of pieces, and Tanara has helped direct or write or help devise different parts digitally, which has been really wonderful.
Wow. I mean, actors, you know, like it's just amazing. Like, you know, like I was watching, listening, and checking on social media too, and then just to see, like, you know, like you have like all our like different senses, you know, like that was really funny. It was really interesting. Have you like what other things that like what are like the biggest challenges doing this? Because you know, like when I want to see theater, I want to see it live. But now this is it. Like,
yeah,
this is what we can do at this time, and it's for performers. Like everyone here is really, what's the word? Like frustrating. You know, like during this time. So tell us a little bit about the challenges like during this time, and then like what's your hope like in the next few months, maybe this year. Let's hope like you know everything will be better.
Yeah, well, I mean, to expound on what LaNeshe was saying, like being able to work remotely and digitally means that, like, you know, Devin, Braxton, LaNeshe, Saurabh get to work on a piece together, but they wouldn't normally have the opportunity to be in a room together. You know, Braxton's in Chicago, and we're just all in these different circles. But, I mean, in terms of the challenge, yeah, I mean, we do what we do because it's live, and that's what's exciting to us. And so the challenge of the pandemic has been to sort of expand what our definition is of what is live. So, you know, it's really, really hard to do a show to do a play on Zoom unless it's really intentionally using the platform of Zoom as like part of the set, right? And so that's really difficult. But then if we don't necessarily ask ourselves to be really married to the same traditional definition of what live is, we actually open up this entirely new world of, you know, performance and art making that interacts with an audience and is just as participatory and interactive as a live piece is, like in a traditional theater, but just is a little bit, the lines are a little bit smudged. I don't know if anybody else wants to speak to that.
Yeah. Anybody else want to answer that? I mean, if you don't, then I do have another question. So, like, we all have to be creative at this time. So, anybody can answer this. What is the one thing that you have to do because of the pandemic, but then you will continue doing?
Ooh, that is such a good question.
I will jump in and say that as much as the Zoom play reading is frustrating and that it's not live and I can't connect with another person in the room and that type of thing, going back to what Tanara said, I do get to collaborate with lovely people that I'm not in the same place as. And I love Tanara. I have recently gotten to know LaNeshe through Lupine. And now I am getting to collaborate with even more people. And so it's kind of expanding my network so that hopefully on the other side of this, there will be a day where we can all be in the same room and actually like do these things together.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
I know. I feel like we're like, it's like the cabin fever, the pandemic fever, like all of this right now. That's how I'm feeling. And then
Yeah.
I'm just like, can't wait to be performing in front of live audience. All right. So one more question. I mean, we still have a little bit of time. Maybe everybody can answer. Each of you can have your own answer. So what is the one app that you learn or, during the pandemic?
You mean like a platform?
Yeah, like a platform, like an application. Like, what is it? The one thing that you're like, you probably would never use it before the pandemic, but now you're using it.
Audacity. I'm using, Saurabh and I, our show was largely audio because we were so frustrated by the visual elements, and we were like, we're just going to make some shitty movie. So we were like, let's not use, we want people's imagination to fill out the audio world that we created. So we made an largely audio piece with a bunch of Foley and tried to really fill out what people were listening to and experiencing. And I've been creating another piece where like I'm producing another creator, BJ Tyndall, in writing a piece for kids where they're listening to something and doing the theater piece themselves.
Okay, well, that's interesting. If you don't have an app, maybe like a new skill that you actually have to learn during the pandemic. Who else wants to go? Thanks.
I will say I had to get really good at using Microsoft Teams for my new job. And that is just like, oh man, there's so many ways that we can send messages on Microsoft Teams. It's so, I'm like constantly being bombarded with notifications. That's something I had to learn.
All right, how about the gents?
I guess what I learned how to utilize Spotify. And I don't mean to create an ad for Spotify.
But if Spotify wants to give us money for the arts, then that's also fine, and we should talk about it. You know?
Yeah, we should. Yeah.
There you go.
But Spotify, I don't know if you noticed, but it's designed for the user to discover new music. That's how it's designed, to discover new music, and it just gives you all these tools to kind of like browse for yourself and like give like everything a listen and see what really piques your interest.
Yeah.
And it kind of I start using Spotify, and it kind of puts me on these musical journeys. And it gets me to places that I would never expect to go, which is quite fascinating.
Well, that's interesting. I used to be listening on Google Play Music. Now there's no more Google Play Music, so it's Spotify. All right, cool. How about the other guys?
I will quickly jump in because Rob jumped in before me, and I was also going to say Spotify. So now I feel like I'm kind of copying, but my reason is different. I have, as much as I do love Spotify for the discovery of new music, which I am a fiend for, I have really been reinvestigating and kind of meditating through playlists. And so I have been kind of processing a lot of emotions by curating playlists, looking back at old playlists and trying to figure out what was going through my mind, my spirit, what was happening, and then adding to them. And so I have surprisingly felt kind of growth through kind of cultivating these stories of my life or these parts of my life through music. And it has brought me so much peace. But once again, this is not sponsored. And if Spotify does want to sponsor us, we will take that. Thank you.
Yeah,
so much.
We'll do it.
Please contact us at, okay. All right, last but not least.
Mine's a bit niche, way out on the fringes of technology, but I've been getting really a lot of use out of Google Docs because as a performer, I'm used to collaborating in the room and I'm used to doing things on my feet. So I've been working with some friends of mine. We're just writing stories together, like we're making fiction, and each person is adding to it on their own time. And it's started out as just like a way to kill time, but has taught me the skill of like slowing down the collaborative process and what is it actually to like put something in and then go away and think about what you're going to put in for a week, which is like, as a performer, you just don't normally take that time. So that's been a cool new avenue for me specifically.
Yeah. So do you all miss like the paper script, like, the smell of script. Now everything's digital.
I just miss bodies in the room. Like I keep just saying, like, you know, like we just all need to get vaccinated, and then I can roll around on the floor with all my friends again. You know, like that's where I am. I'm like, I just really, there's something so so absent about tactile creation right now, and it's all digital, but it is what it is. We just have to stomp on through it until we can get to the other side.
Can it's James chiming in. I'm not on screen, but actually I can add myself on the screen. Hold on one second. I just wanted to chime in with something for you that actually, as a director, I've found really helpful in this age of Zoom is Zoom. Because now Zoom has transcription service for free. And so I'm actually running late for a Q to Q, and really all they want for the Q to Q is to know when the first line of my script is and when the last line of my script is, and about how long it runs, because I'll be running the tech during the actual performance. So I can just send them the transcript, and then they can find the first line and last line themselves. And also the actors can look through. I sent the transcript to the actors, and they can look through and see where they screwed up and what they need to concentrate on.
Yeah, that's cool, because if you can create things live and improvise on Zoom, and then if Zoom is doing transcriptions of that, you can look through what you've created just like you would if you were recording it live when you're in a room together. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So feel free to download the transcript, because this one's being transcribed live, but feel free to download the transcript as part of your working on this script, and have fun with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, James. Well, thank you, everybody. That was really fun. Please continue. Amazing work. You know, the world needs artists. You know, everybody's turning into art during this time, and then suddenly they want to cut our budget. So the world needs us, and we need to like make a noise that, you know, to let them realize even more that they need us. So thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. So next we have, I think, Steve from Apiary Magazine. So Steve, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for having me.
Of course, yeah. Thank you for coming. So can you tell us, I mean, I know a little bit about your magazine or your platform. So tell us a little bit, for people who don't know what it is. Tell us a little bit about that.
We are a free literary arts publication based in Philadelphia. We just celebrated our 10th anniversary, which is kind of wild. And obviously things have transformed a million times over since the pandemic started. And I'll talk like a little bit about that and how that's impacted us. But our goal as a magazine is to celebrate Philadelphia as a great literary city, because we're just like, New York, not up there. It's already in Philly. Like, you don't have to go up there.
Right.
And that was kind of the impetus. Yeah. So that was kind of like the impetus of the creation of the magazine. I've been involved for 8 years, and I came on when I was still in undergrad in college. Actually, I just graduated, and I was looking for community, and Lillian Dunn and Tamara Oakman, who are the founders of the magazine, welcomed me, and it just kind of like I've been involved ever since. And I'm one of 7 staff members. We've been all volunteer since the founding of the publication, but we've slowly started to build the infrastructure to change that. And that's been a work in progress. So, yeah.
That's great. So what are you going to be sharing with us this evening?
I wanted to talk about just our work and the mission of the magazine, talk about the staff, because I'm just one person. I don't represent all of Apiary, and I certainly don't represent all of Philadelphia. I also want to talk about the impact the pandemic has had on us specifically. And I think like our story as a print publication is a unique one. One of the oldest printers in the city closed down due to a whole bunch of financial issues. So, you know, that in itself is a challenge, right? So surviving as a print publication in a digital world And now we are originally a print publication trying to transform and satisfy like our readers, hopes and dreams, etc. in this new environment. And also, I want to talk about like the kind of revelations I think we've had as a staff and the survival mode that we've been in terms of taking care of each other and making sure that we give each other the space and care that we need. So, and then I have some ideas for like how we can move forward and support the arts, but also like maybe rethink some of the groundwork that has been maybe missing. As I'm a teacher now, so I see like little artists, in their cocoon form. And so I have ideas on like how we can do better to like nurture them early on. So yeah, I have a lot that's been on my mind, obviously. So thank you, 2020.
Okay, great. So this is yours. So I'm looking forward to
for sure
learning right now.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, James. You've been texting me back so much. I appreciate it. And thank you, Erlina and Gabby, for having me. Thank you, Power Street. You guys are awesome. So I guess we'll move on to the next slide, I suppose. Thank you so much. So just a little bit about apiary. Can you guys still see me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So apiary was founded in 2009 by Lillian Dunn and Tamara Oakman. Those are the two wonderful ladies on the right-hand side. I still communicate with them often, not nearly as often as I'd like to. We are a collective of artists and writers and educators and activists working in Philadelphia to bring literature to every kind of reader, but specifically our goal is to highlight every kind of writer. We publish people of all ages and backgrounds, both people who are emerging and experienced. So you'll see somebody who is a writer and they are 5 years old or 6 years old or 7 years old next to somebody who has been published several times over and are like OG legendary status. And that's something that I think is really special about apiary. And when we could actually host events in person, we would have we have launch parties where we have everybody together to celebrate each other's work and be in that space and kind of share in the energy of the literary community. Our magazine is 100% free. We distribute it for free, and all the profit that we make at events and such goes right back into the printing of the magazine. We publish twice a year, and I've already talked about the launch parties, and we also offer writing workshops as well. We have a couple that are coming up in March. We can move on to the next slide, please. See, I'm a teacher by trade, so like my brain goes right towards presentation. So next up, this is our staff. They are incredible. Like I said, I'm only one person here, but our fiction editors, Amanda Buck and Devon Loeb, they bookend the slide here. Kai Davis is one of our poetry editors. Ronnie Nocella is one of our youth editor, but also our youth ambassador. Then we have Maya Arthur and Alexa Smith. These folks are some of I think the arts, if you're talking about the importance of the arts, these people are some of the most important people in my life. They've been in my life, some of them for just 9 months, others I've known for a really long time. The apiary staff has changed. It changes all the time. It's almost like a class. One class graduates and then more people come in. But I think what is really special about being an apiary staff member is that you can come on with the intention of being an editor or reviewing bookstores like I did 8 years ago, and you take on all these new skills and you grow into a position that is truly yours. And I think that's something that's really special. And I'm really proud of that. And I think our staff is also just really cute and talented. I'm gonna move on to the next slide, please. So just a little bit about our work and our impact. So we published over 400 writers over the last 10 years. Issue 11 is our latest, and that's online now if you'd like to read it. Issue 10 I have with me. I still have copies. I was storing them in my old landlord's basement, so thank God they're not there anymore. And We also are often the first publication for a lot of young writers, which we're really proud of. And since our founding, we've published over 40,000 magazines and distribute them all, with the exception of the small amount that I still have. And over the last 10 years, we've partnered with Decarcerate PA. So we've hosted some really intimate workshops in prisons with writers and gotten that work published. We've also partnered with the New Sanctuary Movement to raise funds for their efforts to help new arrivals and undocumented immigrants in Philly, and we've highlighted some of their stories. We work with Mitchell Polarity, who's a sci-fi collective. They're really awesome. We work with Mighty Writers recently to do some workshops for young writers, and we also are always partnering with the Free Library, and they've been really gracious in terms of helping us with giving us connections with the Poet Laureate program. And then we've also, over time, we've partnered with some local businesses like Snapdragon Flowers, which was in West Philly, but now they've relocated, 2SB Brewing, and a novel idea on Passyunk. So we'll move on to the next slide. Thank you. And so our real our goal is to live as a publication, as a magazine, but our other major goal is to always bring people together so that they can see and hear each other's work. Apiary, I think Lillian and Tamara, when they founded the magazine, it really was born of this. They saw kind of a divide in the literary community where there were what we call people who are publishing for the page and people who are performing work in front of an audience. There was kind of like a divide in the community, and Tamara and Lillian were like, why is that? Why isn't this group of people going to this reading and this reading is not communicating with this reading? So our goal was to bring everyone together so we could learn from each other's styles, see each other's work, see people who don't look like another group of people, and hopefully we can learn from not just the work that we're reading, but also the stylistic differences, the differences in the stories of the work, the mission of the work. So the goal has always been to kind of be literally like a hive, right? Apiary is a collection of bees, right? It's where bees live. So I think that's all I have to say about that. Thank you. The next slide, I want to talk about just how the pandemic has impacted us, and it's been kind of crazy. So we've been fortunate enough. We received a grant from the Velocity Fund, which is funded through Temple University, and that single grant has kind of like kept the publication afloat. We've had to change our funding structure and our budget like 5 times since the pandemic hit, and that has been really challenging, but it's also forced us to be really, really flexible. It's also forced us to reevaluate like what's important to us and what our values are. So I have 2 images up here. I have the Essential Magic, which was a free poetry workshop that Kai and Jasmine hosted. Jasmine Combs and Kai Davis. Kai works with us as a poetry editor, but Kai also hosts the Philadelphia Pigeon. Check the Philadelphia Pigeon out. They're doing great stuff right now. But we realized that the pandemic took away that personal interaction that we were looking for. So we decided, let's host more workshops. And we also, in the wake of George Floyd's killing and the unrest, we were like, okay, poetry is good, but how can we put some money down and raise some funds and put it in good places? So we raised I think it was just about $3,000, or maybe it was more. I think it's $3,000 or a little bit more than that. And we divided, it was $3,000, and we divided that money among the Ocean Family Center, which counsels women of color and as they have children, or women who are experiencing like depression after childbirth. So we raised money for Ocean Family Center as well as Black Lives Matter Philly and the Village of Arts and Humanities. So we kind of like put our programming on pause to raise funds for those organizations. So that was one impact of the pandemic. It shifted our focus. It also forced us to think about our theme and how we could produce work that felt relevant to folks who are being affected by the pandemic directly, which is why the theme of our 11th issue is essential. The idea of what is essential to us, what do we need right now, what gives us comfort, what is necessary for our survival at this point. So that was another shift that we had to make. It also forced us to, obviously, events are gone. The ability to ask businesses for advertising dollars, that is gone. Yeah, and also I think the last and probably the most critical thing was the mental health and the financial well-being of the staff. You know, I don't get paid for apiary. People folks on staff, there's no salary. So the work that we do is still at its core volunteer. The grant that we have currently has given us a little bit of money so we can do a stipend for each issue. You know, it's good for, you know, a student loan payment maybe, or like a portion of your rent, but it's not enough to buy a house or something like that, or if you're so lucky, right? So, and I'm an educator by day, so I moonlight as apiary, right? It's 7:45. I have my kids in the morning, my students in the morning. So nobody's getting rich off of apiary, but we do it because we deeply, deeply, deeply care about the community. We care about poetry. We care about writing. We care about representation in the arts. We care about not being a gatekeeper in the same way a lot of huge publications are. So the pandemic, back to that, has forced us to kind of like look inward and think about what are we really doing here, and how can we take care of ourselves? I guess an example in terms of mental health, like we were trying to get some workshops off the ground, and I think a lot of us were like learning how to do that kind of work for the first time. We were also figuring out how to get a publication online for the first time, do our events online for the first time. And I made an effort to call staff members individually, get on the phone, get in touch, say hello, have one-on-one meetings, and just make sure that people felt supported in this time. So I think that's been the biggest takeaway. So I guess, could you please just go to the next slide? Thank you, James. So what now, right? What do we do? What do we do next? I guess, and that's the thing that I see and I think about all the time. You know, I know so many people in the arts, like people on our staff are independent artists. We work and are funded by the generosity of, occasionally we have donors that support our projects. We might have an advisory board that offers like wisdom and advice and guidance and hopefully like connections and things like that. There's grants that we apply to and we chase and we all compete for. And that's challenging. It's also tiring. It's also disappointing we don't get that grant. And then there are grants that are project-based. There are grants that are for general operating. So God bless those those general operating grants when you can find them, right? So yes, like we need to fund the arts. Arts need to be more than 1%, but we also need to differentiate the kind of funding that is available for the arts. Grants are wonderful, but are there other streams of revenue that like can be created and can they be accessible? And what I mean by accessible is I want to be able to understand what questions you're asking me in this grant application. I want clarity. I don't want to be asked the same question 20 times and you switch out an adjective, my head's going to explode. That might not like be a decision that local government can make, but I think it's a funding, it's part of the funding structure that is out there that I think could be tweaked. And like, if artists are already like burning the candle at both ends, like it shouldn't be so difficult to apply to some grants. But I also understand that accountability is important, and being able to document your successes, and capture all that data, like all that stuff is also important so people can keep getting funded. I understand both ends, but at the same time, accessibility is hard, especially if you're an artist who is on the grind and you've never done this kind of work before. I've learned everything from scratch and made mistakes along the way. So there are other people who don't have an MFA, who didn't do all this other stuff and don't have that knowledge and that skill set or the time. So I recognize that also. I guess the other thing I want to say is that artists and creators need to have a seat at the table in both traditional artist spaces, but also non-traditional artist spaces. Keep the doors open for every kind of artist, whether you dance, whether you paint, whether you are a sculptor, whether you're a poet, whether you're a performing artist. Like those kinds of, every single discipline has value and should be treated equally. And those artists should be part of our general dialogue as both as a community, but as a city as well. I don't know what that table is, if it's a physical table, if it's an invitation, if it's more advertisements as you're walking by City Hall, you see local artists. I don't know what that means, but I think that they need representation is really, really important. Also, I think that this is like my second to last point, is that we need to increase the funding of arts education in schools, 100%. I teach at a public school right now, and we're fortunate enough that we are one high school in a huge district, and we have all these middle schools flowing into our school. So we have funding for the arts. It's not gargantuan, but we do have funding for the arts. I think that now more than ever, we have kids who are burned out. They are tired. They hate the screens. I can attest to that too. They need to be able to see themselves as artists. And once that education starts, and I think the problem is that arts aren't funded is because in the high school level, the middle school level, elementary school level, because there's no value that is that can be calculated. It can't be tabulated. There's no test at the end, right? But the arts make individuals, students, young people well-rounded. It opens up their minds, their perspectives. The specific, like I can speak from experience because apiary changed my life. 8 years later, I'm still involved. I've met so many wonderful people who've changed my worldview and offer me perspectives that I wouldn't ordinarily have, through the wisdom of Kai and their poetry, Amanda and her intellect, Ronnie and their creativity, Maya and like her vision for the workshops that we're working on. Alexa is like my ride or die. We've done every single part of this magazine together. And Devon is also a fantastic educator, and also the countless other staff members that I've worked with over the last 8 years. Like everybody is part of my community now, and that's what you get with the arts. You don't get that in another classroom. You build a community that lasts an entire lifetime, and you have deeper and richer connections with people that you wouldn't get anywhere else. So there's no value. There's no physical. Maybe there is a physical value, right? I wrote a grant and people get money. That's a physical value. But the intangibles are what is truly essential, and that is the thing that is being missed, I think, right now. So when we come out of this pandemic, we are going to need those connections more than ever, because Zoom and Google Meet are not enough. So I feel like I'm on a super soapbox right now, but it's real and it's urgent, because the next generation of kids are going to need a lot more than I think we assume they will need. And then the last thing I'll say is exposure is not currency. We can't pay rent on exposure. And, you know, Apiary is guilty of that. Like, we do everything for free. Like, we can print a magazine, we can get you on stage, we'll give you like all the love in the world, but it's hard to pay people. Like, we've been lucky enough to pay our staff for the first time ever, because we were lucky enough to get a grant, but that grant's almost gone. We are also funded by the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. Their budget was also slashed dramatically this year. And I love and appreciate everything the Cultural Fund has done. They're one of the reasons why our magazine still exists, because we still have that general operating money. It's not specific funding for one specific project. So that's really important. But the bottom line is, if you know an artist and you care about an artist, and you value the work that they do, pay them. And if you can't pay them, you better buy them dinner and take them out and treat them great for the rest of their life, because the work that they do is valuable. So I guess I'll end, because I just have a couple minutes left. You can follow us on Instagram and Twitter at Apiary Mag. Our submissions open again on the 12th. For our 12th issue in March of 2021. Our next issue we're focusing on the idea of our theme is still coming together, but we're looking to create a hybrid issue that is going to focus on combining poetry and fiction together in new forms. We're also we're going to be launching a workshop series with Blue Stoop very, very soon, and Maya Arthur is going to be the staff member who's kind of leading the charge on that. And our other staff member, Ronnie Nocella, who works with City Gear, is going to be doing some workshops with the sixth graders over there. So that'll be really awesome. So we do have some things in the works. I'm really excited for 2021, and I look forward to a whole bunch of submissions for folks around Philadelphia. And I think that's all I have.
Wow. Well, thank you for all you do, and thank you for Apiary. Like, how do you do this? Like, you work full time and then you this. Like, so many of us are doing the same thing, right? Like, this is like our passion project.
Right.
But I want to ask you about something, because you touch on the partnership. So my question is, how does Apiary decide who to partner with? Or like, what if a community wants to partner with you? Like, how do we do that?
That's a great question. I realized I didn't talk about any of the issues that we produced. There's so many things to talk about. Yes, so our 11th issue was focused on the idea of essential. And our 10th issue was an anniversary issue. So for that issue, we decided to interview people that we love in the community, some of our early authors, some bookstores that we love, Larry Robin, who owned Moonstone Arts, the bookstore. To get to your question, though, theme usually decides who our partner is. So we decide the theme of our issue based on what's going on, what we're all thinking about. Sometimes it's like we want to do something fun. Like before the pandemic hit, our issue was supposed to be about food. I mean, we wanted to do an entire issue dedicated to food and the connection between culture and identity, and like self-history and food. But you can't eat together, so that went out the window. So that's when our other theme, essential, kind of came into fruition.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's theme based, and we think about, okay, who could we partner with to elevate that theme or comment on that theme or expand the theme. And then we kind of go through our Rolodex and see if we have any friends or connections or we know anybody. And then we're going to like, okay, let's go for that. And then just kind of make it happen.
Yeah. Well, that's amazing. It's just like, it just sounds like a lot of work and then a lot of passion come into this. So, but why did you decide to be a part of Apiary?
Because I really love books and I've always loved poetry. And I did not grow up in Philadelphia. I grew up on the other side of the bridge, and I was always like just looking for community. Like I never really felt like I fit in any one specific like category of kid in high school, right? Everybody like doesn't fit in at some point, but poetry and language is where I felt like I had community. And then I found a copy of Apiary in the Italian market at Molly's Books and Records, which has its own cool poetry history. And so I found a copy. I emailed Lillian. Lillian emailed me back. And then I just started driving over the bridge to hang out with Lillian and all the poetry community. She was living in South Philly at the time. She lived on that street that's always like lit up during the Christmas season. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
13th Street, right? Like,
yeah. She lived right there. Yep. And so I started going over, and I was like the giddy. I was like, ooh, all this new stuff. I want to do this. I want to do this. So she was like, sure, Steve, you do this. And I was like, cool. So I started writing the indie bookstore column. And then I started just getting to know individual artists and going to different spaces. And I started to manage the website. And then I later on would help build the new website and a bunch of other things. And so here I am.
Thank you so much, Steve. That's all that time that we have.
Yes, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
That was amazing. Thank you for the presentation. Like visual things always, like always great especially for people watching at home. Appreciate everything that you all do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I hope you have a good night. Also staying healthy and happy.
You got it. That's all you can do.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. All right, everybody. We're like almost on the home stretch, as if we are not on the home stretch ever. Like this whole full year, we're on the home stretch. But come up next, we have Jose Alicea. So hopefully, Jose, I said that right, because I asked him. I want to make sure that like I say everybody's names correctly. So we're gonna get to Jose. I know, Jose, you have your own intro right now, so I'm gonna just hand it over to James, and then we'll go from there.
Welcome, buenas noches, ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros.
Guys, this is my first time hosting, and I'm feeling all the butterflies and the jitters in the world.
What's going on? Hello. Speaking on the spot with me, Andre Chulisi Rodriguez. I am Chulisi, the chulo that takes it easy.
Familia, welcome back to Soul Untapped. We are...
It is Leah V in the place to be. Quick word about Soletry. You guys have really just been my family for years now. Just watching you grow, watching you evolve as an organization has been one of the best parts of my existence. And I'm just happy to be along for the ride and see the growth and the constant evolution. Happy to be here with y'all.
What's up, everybody? This is Jeff Palmer from the Flatiron Happy Hour podcast. Just wanted to give a little shout out to the Soletry crew and Jose. And my first impressions of Soletry, really talented artists. People are passionate about what they do, and a great sense of community and good vibes all around, and a smile every time I've been to a Soletry event. So keep it up, Jose and the rest of the crew. So shout outs to you, and take care.
Hi, my name is Alison Cadena, and I am a singer-songwriter and a proud member of the Solartree family. I am super, super grateful to Jose Alicea and to Solartree for the opportunities that they've provided to all of us artists, even before the pandemic, but especially during. They've allowed me to connect to my audience in ways that I couldn't before, and I really didn't know how I was going to do during these trying times. So thank you guys for, providing that platform for us and for everything that you do, Bye.
Chulici here. I just want to let you know what's going on. Soultree. That's one badass movement. Let me tell you something. Artists loved, artists supported. Totally a great platform in which to be yourself authentically, because anyone who knows me, I'm all about being authentic. Be seeing you guys real soon at Soultree, but let me tell you, man, I love what Soultree does, and I love what Soultree stands for. So, keep up on the keeping up. Stay blessed. Jose, see you soon.
Hey, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Solartree Spotlight. On day 2 of the digital rally, super excited about this whole entire project. Want to big up everybody that's been involved in this whole entire project. Couldn't have done it without all the organizers. Really do appreciate all the love and support. As you guys saw, us as a brand, us as a event company, we started out in 2017, and we had 2 goals in mind. Number 1 was to give artists just a stage, and number 2, let them be free. While we built our community, we forged bonds, relationships with like every single artist that went beyond just a stage. We became a family that supported each other through the darkest of days and through the best of times. Honestly, this community isn't about money. This community isn't about fame. This community is watching all these amazing artists. So many of them who you'll see tonight just become stars just because they deserve it. And we're super excited to have this whole entire team with us today. So I want to give it up for Kozer. Kozer's here. Janelle, Tiffany, Janelle, thank you, ladies, for just being a part of this whole entire project. I really do appreciate it. Before we get started, let me just talk to everybody about what we're doing in 2021. Basically, this year we're going to continue growing all our Solartree brands. We have we got a lot of stuff going on. We have Soul on Tap with resident poet and author B. We have Sofa Soul with another resident poet by the name of RK. She actually has an album coming out. She has a book coming out through J&B Press, who you saw yesterday morning. So big up to J&B Press. We have Soul at Home with Gabby Sanchez. A lot of you have been on Soul at Home with Gabby. We have Alma de Puerto Rico with Vilma Media down in Puerto Rico. So that's our Puerto Rico project, and we'll be doing things down there throughout the rest of this year, going into next year. We got Spin on the Spot with Andres Chulici. And we have Songs for the Soul with Alison Cadena. So we have a lot of projects. We have a lot of podcasts. We have a lot of new things that we're doing. We have overseas projects. We have all the stuff going on. And also to announce that this summer, probably a little bit earlier, we have our first Solartree sponsored, collaborated book that we call Poetical. This book is going to feature 4 amazing poets from all across the country, from Philly to California to New York City, and it's going to be a compilation of their work. So we're super excited about that, and it will be produced and published by J&B Press. So we definitely have that going on. And finally, for myself, because everybody wants to know what I do, besides being the guy that runs the show, I am an author. I have my first kids book coming out later this year. About a kid by the name of Joey Monster, based on my son. And it's about a kid who has to navigate through the journeys of 2 separate households, but in the forms of Rugrats and all that fun stuff with his friends. Like, how does he navigate that? And that's something that's near and dear to my heart. So I'm super, super excited about that project. And yeah, that's basically what I do, y'all. So without no further ado, before we get started, I just want each one of the amazing artists to introduce themselves. Whoever wants to go first, just popcorn it.
Hola, I'm Tiffany Janelle, coming to you from Philly. And yeah, I'm excited to be a part of this again tonight. And it's always love working with Solartree and Power Street and Jose and Gabby and everyone else that's involved in this. And I'm super excited for the rest of the evening. And I hope that everyone watching really enjoys themselves.
Awesome, awesome.
Hey y'all, I'm Janelle. I'm from Bucks County, and I'm super appreciative again to my Solartree family for hitting me up and asking me to be part of this. It's always love, and yeah, I'm ready to have a great night tonight.
Koza.
Hi, I'm Kozer. This is so cool. You know, when you think about how things have progressed in the last year, it's really cool to think that like, you know, people like Soultree have found ways to still be like super creative and supportive of other artists. So I think that's really awesome. Yeah, I'm Kozer. I use she, her pronouns. I am a nanny and a power lifter, and yeah, I'm excited to be here.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, ladies, for just being a part of this project. I know all three of y'all been part of the Solartree family based out of here for such a long time, and we couldn't have done this without y'all three. Like, and that's me being honest. So thank y'all so much from the bottom of my heart. So before we get started, just two quick cheap plugs. Number one, big up to Flaco Coquito from New York City. Thank you for always bringing me Coquito. And also, I had something, but I can't find it. But big up to Two Local Brewing Company here in Philadelphia. They are our sponsors. They couldn't make it tonight because they just have a deadline right now, but they are such an amazing POC brewery here in Philadelphia, and they're about to open up their brewery sometime this summer with just with a stage and all that for all these amazing artists. So that is another amazing outlet for y'all, and big up to Two Local Brewers for getting this started. So yeah, so before we get started with these three amazing performers that you see in front of us, James, could we load up that video real quick? Okay, yeah, James, if you can hit it, we'll be good to go. The video that y'all will see is from Philly poet Garcia the poet, war vet, veteran, and yeah, awesome dude. So let's check it out.
It's starting to scare me. How life to others is starting to be desensitized. Centralized in cities or states where nothing is naturalized. Where everything is given and nothing is earned. Everyone has an opinion, but yours can't be heard. Truth is forbidden, laws can be curved, and money has more value than a beating heart on a curve. As I speak these words, the sounds of the hurting cry out from underneath their own skin, looking into their own eyes. But you can never realize through these dilated eyes how many times I've died trying to survive the wars of terror inside my own mind. So I'm reaching out for help. Will you help me find my puzzle pieces to rebuild and refine, reconstruct and redefine my presence, to redesign the presence in which seems to be for you and I. This world is a canvas covered in too many reds, covering the deep greens and bluish skies. So my question to you, are you ready to provide? Garcia the poet.
Take heed.
The herd is moving in 3 different directions, all in which is opposing the people. The issue at hand is trying to withstand before we understand what is being put in place by man. No longer seeking to comprehend, but to overthrow. To feel the power of those appointed in place of power to destroy what is already known. Stopping what seems to be a flow. No. Because chaos causes reconstruction. Groups forming to become destructive, all while missing the information that lies behind enemy lines. Having a personal perspective is right, yet the facts being presented are considered lies. And instead of smiling in the face of the enemy, we turn our backs to watch our own pick sides. Then you wonder why we can't unify.
Oh no, you're muted.
There we go. Gotcha. So we are back. That was Garcia, the poet, a phenomenal poet from, I believe, Northeast Philly. Great dude. I actually met him at our first Solar Tree event.
No, you're muted.
So I actually met him at our first Solar Tree event in Philadelphia. So that was at Isla. So if y'all remember that show at Isla Verde, that was one hell of a show. So let's get this party started. I've been waiting all day to get this thing started. So I'm just gonna popcorn it. Kozer, you want to start for us?
Oh, okay, let's go. Okay. Hi. All right. So it's 2 songs, yeah?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
1 song? What? Okay. Okay, hi. I'm Kozer, and this year has been full of awesome opportunities for me to challenge myself. And I think I mentioned on the last time I was talking to you, I was doing this thing called 365 and 365, where basically in 365 days I was doing 365 songs. Along this journey, I have discovered a whole slew of things. One of them is literally picking either sending out group texts and being like, hey, what song am I singing tonight? And whatever someone tells me is what I do, or picking things at random out of a hat. So tonight we have that. And oh God, someone asked me to sing Ariana Grande. And I was like, listen, you don't sing Ariana Grande unless you're going to do it better, which you can't, or you do a different genre. So we got that for you. But first, let's warm it on up with some Lewis Capaldi. Let me know if you can't hear the music. I'm going under this time. I hear there's no one to save me. Whoops. Whoops, hold on, sorry. Great start. Why is my mouse not working? Okay. All right, try again. Okay, who's ready? I am. All right. I'm going under, and this time I fear there's no one to save me. All or nothing really got a way of driving me crazy. I need somebody to heal, somebody to know, somebody to have, somebody to hold. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I'm going under, and this time I fear there's no one to turn. This all or nothing way of loving got me sleeping without you. Somebody to know, somebody to heal, somebody to hype, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. The day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. And I tend to close my eyes when it hurts sometimes. I fall into your arms. Oh, be safe, be sound, and come back. Around where the day fades, I fall, and my tears through it all. Got down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. Guard down, pulled the rug. Getting kinda used to being someone you love. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, so real quick fun facts. Also over this last year, I started like launching little like mini things. I don't know what I want to call them yet. They involve wellness of all kinds. This one initiative I'm doing it's called Caution Curves Ahead. And it's about, I noticed that like when the pandemic hit, a lot of people were like, looking to virtual workouts and stuff. And so Caution Curves Ahead is for people of any size, any fitness level. And my friend and I, who went through like a really beautiful body transformation and got super strong. Yeah, we go through like how you can use things at home, how you can use things in the outside world, and if you're comfortable, and of course have a mask, using things at the gym. So yeah, that's my little spiel, taking up 10 minutes, right? Yeah, we got some Ariana for you, which by the way, I've never in my existence sung the song, but whatever, we're gonna do it because this is a part of growth and I live for stuff like this. All right. Alrighty, who's ready? Also, how fun is this? I haven't performed, right? Like anywhere in a really long time. I forgot that I get debilitating anxiety and talk too much. I'm so into you, I can barely breathe. And all I wanna do is fall in deep. But close ain't close enough till we cross that line. So name a game to play, and I'll roll that dice. Oh baby, look what you started. The temperature's rising in here. Is this gonna happen? Been waiting and waiting for you to make a move. Before I make a move. So baby, come light me up, and maybe I'll let you on it. A little bit dangerous, but maybe that's how I want it. A little less conversation and a little more touch my body. I'm so into you. But everyone watching us, so baby, let's keep it secret. A little bit scandalous, but baby, don't let them see it. A little less conversation and a little more touch my body. Cause I'm so into you, into you, into you. This could take some time. Better get this fight, baby. Baby, look what you started. Temperature's rising, and here is this gonna happen. Been waiting and waiting and waiting, waiting, waiting for you to make a move. So baby, come light me up, and maybe I'll let you on it. A little bit dangerous, but baby, that's how I want it. A little less conversation and a little more touch my body. I'm so into you, into you, into you, into you. A little bit scandalized, a little more touch my body. I'm so into you, into you, into you. I can't wait no more. I'm on the edge with no control. I need you to know. I need you to know, you to know. So baby, come light me up, and maybe I'll let you on it. A little bit dangerous, baby, that's how I want it. Little conversation and a little more touch my body. I'm so into you, into you, into you.
Woo!
Woo! Hello!
Go ahead, Koza and Sultry. Like, oh my gosh, I can't even talk today. So, like you can be the next Amy Winehouse with all the love.
Wait, stop. My ego. Stop.
When I was listening to you, like we do need like another Amy Winehouse, you know, like we love, you know, like you can be that person with soulful and everything. I love it. I love it. So let me ask you a quick question.
I love you. Yes, let's go.
Yeah, quick question. So when did you first started singing? Like, why did you even want to sing?
Oh, I love that question. So my mom actually has video of my first words, but they're not words. I'm singing a song. I had one of those like color with a marker, like, but only the color shows up on like the surface that it's on, and it was like a tent or something that you could decorate. And I was literally with this marker like doing this thing. Yeah, I mentioned in the beginning I have debilitating anxiety. And for whatever reason, singing is like the only thing that like helps, I don't know, combat that in some way, even though that sounds so backwards.
You look like you have anxiety when you're singing, so, you know.
Thank you.
You're doing something that you love, so like it's just amazing to see that. It's, you know, like.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we all need a little bit of that during this time. So amazing. Amazing.
Thank you.
Comment on that, and then I can't wait to hear everybody else.
I know, me too. Also, your hair, okay?
Oh, thank you.
Yes, 10 out of 10.
Thank you so much. So I am excited. Like, I'm here, tuning in. You are amazing. So
thank you.
All right, Jose, who's next?
So, Kozer, before we go, I just have one quick question. Because this is a digital rally for the arts and culture, what does art and culture mean for you here in Philadelphia?
Oh my God. Okay. Art and culture is Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to get too political, but hearing the conversations about how, money allotted for that area being like taken away is like, that's a basic necessity. Do you know what I mean? Like, arts and culture is Philadelphia because it is what empowers folks. It is what drives folks. It is what brings so much color and diversity. It's like, man, arts and culture is my God, it's everything. You could literally, like, you could name a noun and I could bring it back to that category. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's one of many things that make Philadelphia so absolutely stunning.
Dope. Love your answer. And Koza, we're grateful here in Philadelphia to have you. So that is for sure.
Thanks.
So up next, I am super excited for another amazing artist. Janelle, are you ready?
Hey, yeah, I'm ready.
Cool. The stage is all yours.
So, hi everyone. I'm Janelle. I'm very first and foremost thankful to Solar Tree again for reaching out to me and having me for this Empower Street Theater. Very excited to be performing for a good cause and just to be performing in general. So, thank you for lending me your platform and having me as part of this. I'm gonna do 2 songs tonight. First one is a cover, and the second one is going to be an original. And the first one I'm gonna be singing "Normal Girl" by SZA. But I just want to test the volume. So let me know if the instrumental is good with my vocals really quick. Good volume? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You love the way I pop my top, but how I lose my cool, the how I look at you say, why? It ain't no fighting, no, I can't stop it. This took a while, yeah. Love the way I pump my fist, how I bust my hip for your affection, trying to be down. And no fighting, and no stopping, stick around. Wish I was the type of girl that you take home to your mama. The type of girl I know my daddy, he'd be proud of. Be proud of, be proud of, be proud, you know. I wanna be the type of girl you take home to your mama. The type of girl I know my daddy, he'd be proud of. Be proud of, be proud of, be proud, you know. Normal girl. I wish I was a normal girl. Oh my, how do I be a lady? Normal girl. Oh, I wish I was a normal girl. Oh my, I'll never be your lady. You like it when I be aggressive. You love when I say to you, get it if you got it, I'm waiting, I'm gonna find you, I'm ready to put it on, yeah. You like it when I be aggressive. You love when I say to you, get it if you got it, I'm waiting, I'm gonna find you, I'm ready to put it on, yeah. Wish I was the type of girl that you take home to your mama. The type of girl I know my daddy, he'd be proud of. Be proud of. Be proud of, be proud, you know. I wanna be the type of girl you take home to your mama. The kind of girl I know your fellas, they be proud of. Be proud of, be proud of. I'll be proud, be a problem. Normal girl. I wish I was a normal girl. Oh my, how do I be a lady? Normal girl. Oh, I wish I was a normal girl. Whoa, how do I be a lady? This time next year, I'll be living so good, won't remember your name. I swear. I'll be living so good, living so good, living so good. This time next year, I'll be living so good, won't remember no pain. I swear. Well, I think you figured out that I was just a normal girl, girl, girl. Whoa, a normal girl. I'll never be a normal girl. Yeah, I'll never be a yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so that one, thank you. That was one of my favorite songs literally ever written. It's called Normal Girl by SZA. It's literally a classic to me. And yeah, I really love it. I feel like I resonate with that song. And the last song I'm gonna be doing is an original, and it's called Plus One, which is out now on all streaming platforms. It's an original. I wrote it and composed it. And yeah, let me just pull up this instrumental real quick. Yeah, I hope you like it. Been a while, we met up. Oh, what am I waiting for? See you out with your friends. Oh, what am I waiting for? This time it's hard to see you happy without me. You could have been plus one, but now that's done. I tried to forget, but now I just cry. It's not in my head. I see how you lie. I'm wondering why instead of just how. I messed up and you changed up now. I tried to forget the feeling we had. It's not in my head. It wasn't all bad. Oh, we were two, and now we're through. Take your time, I'm waiting. Oh, who am I? What have I become? Been a while, I'm chasing. Oh, someone I'll never know, but I see potential. Do you see me? Show your credentials, so I believe one day I'll wake up and you will be here. But until that day, I try to forget, but now I just cry. It's not in my head. I see how you lie. I'm wondering why instead of just how. I messed up and you changed up now. I tried to forget the feeling we had. It's not in my head. It wasn't all bad. Oh, we were two, and now we're through. I'm wasting time on someone who don't see what I can bring is deep. All in all, in and out, up and down and back around, I still stand. No thanks to you. I know I said to take your time, but mine is wearing thin. Letting go was dangerous. Look at where I've been. You could have been plus one, but now that's done. I tried to forget, but now I just cry. It's not in my head. I see how you lie. I'm wondering why instead of just how. I messed up and you changed up now. I tried to forget the feeling we had. It's not in my head. It wasn't all bad. Oh, we were two, and now we're through. Yeah, that's my original +1.
I love your original more.
Stop! No, that's gassy because
yeah. No, I just love it. I just love it. So I do have a question for you, Janelle Janelle. I have a question for you. Like, who's your musical inspiration? Like, who's your favorite singer? Well, you're mute for some reason.
Am I good now? Okay, so I'll have to give 2 answers because my musical inspiration, controversial, but would have to be Kanye West. Yeah. So that's why I was like, musical. Okay, yeah. My musical inspiration is Kanye West, and a singer that I really look up to would have to be Amy Winehouse. You don't understand. I'm very obsessed with Amy Winehouse. Amy Winehouse helped me love the tone of my voice. So I really, really love her.
That's why I like you. That's why I like all of you. It was like a sultry solitary. See that?
I love that.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
I love that.
I feel like right now, everybody go grab a glass of wine while you're watching this, because like you should be enjoying this moment, like not just watching to support, but you should be like, this is like entertainment right here, right?
Oh
like,
my God, how lovely!
So thank you for that. Thank you for that. So
thank you so much.
I just have to pop in and ask my question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Janelle, that was fire. Thank you so much. I have 2 questions for you. 2 quick questions. All right. Question number 1, because I was asked this in the comments. What is your nationality?
So my mother is from Liberia and my father is Italian. So I'm African and Italian.
Nice. Okay, perfect. So whoever asked that question in the comments.
Yeah, I'll look after you ask that because that's interesting. Yeah.
And so the second thing, what does the art mean to you here in Philly? What does like Philly art mean to you and to your career?
So first, I saw something. It's funny that you asked this because I saw something on Twitter today, and I follow a lot of people in the Philly art scene. Someone said that there's a lot of cities in the US that are industry cities and Philly is a talent city. Mm-hmm. So that stuck with me because I 100% agree with that. Philly is a talent city. So art is in the foundation through and through. But my whole introduction to Philly 4 years ago was art. I mean, I went to school, University of the Arts. And so everything I think of when I think of Philly is surrounded by art and music and dance and visual and media art, all different mediums. And what art means to me is absolutely everything. I physically would not be here in front of you guys right now if I didn't allow myself to be the artist that I am. So art saved my life. So that's what art means to me.
Awesome. I love it. And we are definitely grateful to have you and to have your song. And just that I've been bumping your single like nonstop. Like I just been like in the crib. Like if it's not you, then it's Kozer, and I just have it on like repeat. Like I just keep having those songs. So thank you for keeping my playlist going.
Thank you for streaming and supporting. I really appreciate that so much.
Of course. Listen, like I think that's the biggest thing that people forget. Like it is the smallest, easiest ways just to really support artists, right? Like it doesn't take much to kind of support artists. It's like, hey, can you restream this? Can you listen to this? And all that helps out. Everything helps out.
Every little bit. You don't even have to stream it yourself. If you send it to someone and then they send it to someone else, like someone will wind up streaming it, and that just helps. It makes all the difference.
It does. So that's definitely a very vital part of this whole like artist culture nowadays, you know, because this isn't like 10 or 20 years ago when you had a CD and you're trying to hustle it like on the corner and you're trying to get your music heard. It's like you can literally be like, hey, just listen to my stuff, put it on repeat 2 or 3 times, and we're good to go.
And I thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Oh no, anytime. My pleasure. I am definitely humble.
Thank you.
So now we bring it up to Tiffany Janelle, who'll be closing out the artist segment for us. So before we get started, I got a little story about Tiffany, and I guess it's kind of all boils down to this month and to everything that's going on right about now. So if it wasn't for Tiffany, I wouldn't be here right now, and that's the honest truth. Like, I wouldn't be in Philly. I wouldn't be, you know, where I'm at. I wouldn't be on this platform if it wasn't for Tiffany, and that's the honest truth. And if it wasn't for Tiffany, and if it wasn't for DJ Dizzy, like, them two are the reason why I'm here. And I say that because the arts made me find my partner in crime and in life, and it was because of them too. So, you know, I'm always grateful because this does make, I don't know, 2 years, something like that, you know, like, I met my partner, and, you know, like, it was because of Philadelphia that I found my partner, and I moved here and I did all that. And yeah. So with all that said, Tiff, the stage is all yours.
Love you, Jose. Love you, Gabby. That's so awesome. Yeah, it's going on 3.5, maybe 4 years now working with Solatry. Such a dope ride. And just what makes it more special is, you know, we started out as like social media friends, connecting, gigging together, and then now you're family. So that's love. I appreciate that. I'm super excited to perform. It's my first performance for 2021. So shout out to Solatry and Power Street for setting the tone. Shout out to the women that are a part of this event tonight. Yes, Koze. Yes, Janelle. I'm so excited to be on. I'm always saying I'm so excited, but me siento muy excited. Anyway, this first song that I'm going to be covering is by an artist that I don't know if anyone really knows who she is, but she definitely influenced me as well. And it's gonna be a little mashup of Amy Winehouse. 2 of my favorite songs from her, but how can you like really choose? But yeah, here we go. Sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water. And I think of all the things of what you're doing, and in my head I paint a picture. But since I've been gone, well, my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you look fresh. Won't you come on over? Stop making a fool out of me. Oh, why don't you come on over, Valerie? Shout out to Amy Winehouse, okay?
Oh my gosh. Did everybody just came here to jam for me? Like like I feel like this is like everything I wanted to listen to tonight. Like it was amazing. Tiffany, thank you so much. So I'm gonna ask you, I know Jose is gonna ask you something else too, but I want to ask you the same question. Like, who's your inspiration? Like musical, I guess I can say like musical. You can answer both questions. And who's your favorite singer?
I feel like I'm doing an injustice to like the list of favorites I have, but if I had to narrow it down to one, I'm going to give you one in English and one for Spanish, because Spanish music is definitely a huge part of who I am. But for English, hands down is Lauryn Hill. Love her.
Oh my God.
Love her. Miseducation of Lauryn Hill, like on repeat every day. So shout out to Lauren. And for Spanish, it will be Marc Anthony. I've been like tweeting since Twitter first came out. I sound old. And, you know, just that Marc Anthony and I are going to be singing together one day. So, hey, Marc Anthony, if you see this, what's up?
Put it out there in the universe. That's
okay,
right.
Let's claim it.
Yeah, exactly. That's so amazing. I really hope that I get to see everybody sing live one day. You know, let's hope everything's gonna get better. Like I think like these are the kind of things that, you know, like we need to support. It's just amazing, super amazing. Thank you so much, Jose, for bringing like these talented people to come and be in the mix with everybody rallying for Philly arts.
Definite. Yeah, I'm super, you know, just honored by everybody. But before we go, I know Tiffany has one more song, so we're gonna let her rock that last song, and then we'll be good to go. So Tiff, go ahead.
All right. I just got to note that the sound is a little off. I don't know what to do to fix it, but put the volume down on my computer. Okay. All right. I hope. Okay. All right, cool. This next song, I actually wrote it today. It's to an instrumental for another dope artist, Snow Allegra. I always feel like I'm saying her name wrong, but yeah, it's just a little snippet of something I wrote for it. Koza, you are hyping me up. And it's called Thinking, and honestly, it's up for interpretation. But yeah, here we go. Who do you think you are, running around here? Who do you think you are, collecting those fears? Oh, no time for your games, tired of always analyzing everything that they say. Who do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are, disturbing my peace? Oh, don't mess with me. I'm on a mission to find my peace of mind. I'm on a mission to find my inner divine. So don't try to complicate things. Who do you think you are? Who the hell do you think you are, disturbing my peace? No time for your games, tired of always. Yeah. That's it. Just a little something I wrote today. Yeah, I wanted to share just a snippet of a single that I'm finally going to be releasing come springtime for my first EP project, baby. And I'm nervous, I'm anxious, but I'm so excited. And I'm blessed to be able to be here right now and be able to share that and be able to say like, hey, I'm working on a single. So more to come on that. If anyone wants to follow me, you can follow me on Instagram at Miss Tiffany Janelle. And here is a snippet of my song, Okay. Can you hear it?
Feeling helpless, what else can I do? Said all I could say, I just told the truth. So frustrating, turning a blind eye. No debating, there will be a bride. I doubt you want to let this go away. I know you're thinking, what will I do without you anyway? I think I'll be okay. No matter what they say, make it either way. You must be insane if you think I have to play your little games. I don't have to say.
All right. That's it. Ah! Thank you for listening. Thank you so much for listening.
Yo, Tiff.
That's all I have.
That's it. All right, cool. Tiff, that was awesome. Once again, cannot wait for your project. I know, we're definitely working on that. And yeah, cannot wait till it starts and we get it going. So before we go, Tiff, and I've asked everybody this, I'm asking you, what does art mean for you living here in Philadelphia? What does Philadelphia arts and culture mean to you?
You know what? Philly arts and culture is what birthed Tiffany Janelle in a sense, in a huge sense. And I want to say, like, I've always had a passion for music and performing. I've been doing it since I was like 5. But it wasn't until around, the high school age, going to the creative performing arts and being able to just be around so much diversity and being in a place where people like accepted me and my sound and, what I look like. I was told at one point, like, I wasn't even going to get into certain places because, I didn't sing opera or I didn't look like I didn't have a certain image. And when I started there, it was like a whole new world. And that is something that it's like the home of Philly for me. So without the arts and culture in Philly, like there'd be no Tiffany Janelle. On top of that, there'd be no way for me to share, what I was blessed with the kids in Philly. There was a big period of time where I was a performing arts instructor. So I got to work with the youth in our city and, teach them salsa, give them some voice lessons, some super, super basic piano lessons, but they loved it, some theater classes. Like it was beautiful. So to be able to give back what the city has kind of like instilled in me, that's beautiful. That's important. And I think Kozer and Janelle probably said the same thing. Like it's definitely very much required. And it's a necessity and it should be a duh, So shout out to everyone that's a part of the project for saving the arts and culture in Philly. Hopefully our voice is heard.
For sure. Yeah. I think we definitely made some sort of noise these past 24 hours. So, thank you once again to Tiffany, Janelle, and Kozer. I honestly really do appreciate it. And I say this all the time because I truly, truly mean it from the bottom of my heart. But, like I'm so humbled and I'm so grateful to be working with, y'all three. And I'm very grateful for this artist family. And we wouldn't be where we're at without y'all. So we really do appreciate it and much love to all three of y'all. And thank you once again. Y'all are family, y'all are my sisters, and I do appreciate it. So thank you, everybody. And continue following Solar Trees, support us on all social media. Tomorrow night we have an open mic called Sofa Soul with RK. She has a book coming out through J&B Press, who, just like me, J&B Press, that is our home. Like we have J&B Press, we have myself, RK, and B all dropping books through J&B Press. So we're super, super excited about it. So thank you everybody for being a part of the event. Tomorrow night, Sofa Soul, 8:00, Facebook, YouTube. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you everyone for having me. Everyone did amazing tonight. Thank you so much, Jose.
Yes, thank you so much. Also, I have a random comment. Tiffany, I love your talking voice. Like, yeah, I love your singing voice, but also your talking voice. Can you narrate a book for me?
I got you.
Oh, wait, and real quick, before we go, Kozer, Tiffany, and Janelle, can y'all just tell everybody where they can find you, do all that? And yeah, I can't wait to hear Tiffany and Janelle narrate a book.
Okay, you can find me www.kozermusic.com. KOSER music.com. It has all my like socials and stuff on it.
Awesome.
You can find me at _Janelle_. This is JANEL on all social medias. If you find me on Instagram, Twitter, there will be a link in every single bio that has all of my music, links of articles I've done, and yeah, at _Janelle_.
Awesome. You can find me on Instagram at Miss Tiffany Janelle. That's MSTIFFANYJANELL.
Cool. And that's it, y'all. It's over. We partied.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye. Thank you.
Have a good night, everybody. Gabby, LaNeshe, Asaki, Erlina, Miss Storm, James. Who wants to come up?
I think we'll be joining you in a second. But
Erlina is hilarious.
There she is.
There she
You're
is.
muted, Sinta.
Okay. All right. Just quickly. I know we're on home stretch right now. So thank you again, everybody. Thank you, Soul Tree. Jose, I'm gonna hit you up soon. I want to hear more about it. So I just want to say thank you so much. Like, it has been like an amazing experience, like 2 days experience. You all again are rock stars for putting this together. Like, I don't know how you do it, James. Like, this is a lot. And everybody, like, you all just amazing, like with all the platforms and all these things that's going on behind the scene. Everybody who's watching this, you gotta appreciate your artists. You gotta appreciate Philly artists especially. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for including me. Like, I just feel so inspired with everything that you all are doing. Now I know that I'm not doing everything alone like this. You all share my pain. So much love and light to everybody. Please reach out to me. If you want to find me on Instagram, it's just at Sinta Storms. You can find me on Instagram, and then please, let's collaborate. Let's help each other. So terima kasih. That's how you say thank you in Indonesian. So I appreciate you all. Thank you, Gabby. Much love. Thank you all.
Thank you.
we'll fill in for you, James. But yes, thank you to Kozer, Janelle, Tiffany, Janelle. Just got to give a shout out to Tiffany because Tiffany jumped in on the segment, the first digital rally, and like filled in like an hour last minute. I was just like, yo, let's just chat like for an hour because I need to fill in this time, and let's have like a bestie chat. So clearly y'all know that's bestie status right there. So I'm like, let's just have a bestie chat. She's like, I'm getting out of work. What are you crazy? I'm not even like right. I have like, you know, and I'm just like, I don't care. I need you. And Tiffany jumped in and we shared our story of how we know each other and what the arts meant to us in June. And here we are again, having the same conversation but also seeing the growth of you showing some of your work tonight. And so there is growth, and from even when some of us were having conversations around arts and culture, and the impact, back in June and many times before then, but that we're all continuing our art. That has not changed. And that our hearts are in it, and that our commitment is there. And so it's just so nice to see that expressed from the folks who were with us in the beginning, on the strength, last minute. Remember, it's about those relationships, y'all. Like, I was able to pull that relationship and say, I need you right now. And your besties are the ones that are going to show up and slay. But also shout out to like Solar-Tree, and shout out to my boo giving me a shout out. I'm gonna just say it. And shout out to all the organizers. Shout out to Steve Burns from Apiary. I just text Steve and I was like, listen, I was stopping my foot like I was at church, because literally it was just so much of the things that Steve was saying were resonating. And like, and then I remembered, I was like, me and Steve always text each other when we're like, it's like a grant deadline and we're both like wanting to pull our hair out. So I was like, oh yeah, Steve is like my other person that I connect with on that level. So it's always good to have someone that you can vent about grant life. And shout out to our amazing host for the night. It is not my segment. I was just trying to like, recap.
Yes.
But like, shout out to Erlina, shout out to Asaki killing.
Can we just take noise? Like, woo, this
Asaki killed it today.
When we did the children's show, the teacher was like, all right, just tell the kids to make noise for a couple seconds and just like get the energy out. So like, think of the moment today that brought you the most life, and we're gonna send Sinta out with that energy. Okay, ready? And
we did it!
We made it, y'all. Shout out to James and LaNeshe.
And Tiffany too. You don't have to stick around. You can peace out.
I did.
I was just about to chat like, hey, I'm gonna get out of here. Hola, Saki. All right, have a good night.
Good night. I love how like all of us, I feel like this morning we had like a certain glow on our faces and now we're all just slowly hunched over, trying to.
I'm like yawning. I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm sleepy.
I think we're all gonna.
The worst part is that I always feel tired right before, but as soon as it's done, like yesterday I had so much energy after the run of the day, and I was so annoyed. I was so tired during these different moments where I needed to have energy, and then as soon as it's done, I'm like, whoa! And I just like feel so energized.
Erlina was texting us saying like, now I'm awake. I was like, I told you we should be done with the breathing and you wanted to dance.
So funny.
Speaking of, we opened the rally with grounding breath. So why don't we do one of those now? I want to think of like what is
the end.
No, I want to do it now before we continue, because the next question I'm going to ask then. Think of like a moment, like the moment that you just felt the most like seen and heard during this rally, when like somebody was saying something that just resonated, or just you know what I'm talking about. And this is also for folks who are watching on the stream. Think of a moment today that just like brought you a lot of like yes, that made you want to snap and all that. And just like plant yourself into that moment, claim that for yourself. And we're just gonna take like 2 on your own time. I'm not gonna count for you or nothing, but just make sure you take your time to breathe in and to feel that breath fully in your lungs, and then to release it with like any worries or any tiredness or any just like all the things through like your pursed lips, like that feeling of letting it out. Okay, so we're gonna do that now. Ready? And on your own time, breathing now. Asaki fell asleep.
I had to laugh only because every time, this has been a ritual of ours since we started as organizers in a lot of ways. And every time we do the breathing exercise, I swear the most committed ones are the women. Like, we are always committed breathers, and the men are just like, I'm too busy for this. I'm doing technical, or I'm doing other things, and they're just like looking away. So I try to close my eyes, but when I open my eyes, I saw Jose and James doing the same face they do every time, and that actually brought me joy because it reminded me of all the times we've done it.
Oh,
so like any of the Shira, we have to be like, and Jans, do you want to share? And they're like, no.
Listen, I was born in the 70s. I grew up in the 80s. We didn't do sharing. There was very much toxic masculinity in the 80s, and it's hard to change from that.
As you're saying that, James, I'm going to put you on the spot. Oh, wait, go ahead, LaNeshe.
He said he was born in the 70s. Now I'm trying to do math.
I had a moment. I was like, I'm trying to do math right now. You were born what?
I was born in 77.
I thought I was the oldest one here.
So wait, hold on. I'm really having a moment right now.
Y'all knew this already.
No.
All right.
I just did the math.
Yeah, I'm old. Yeah, no, I was born in 77, so I'm 43. I'll be 44 this year.
Damn.
So James, as the resident elder.
Damn.
What was your biggest takeaway from the last 2 days of events and rally and conversation and art? What is the thing that you're gonna, like, when somebody asks you how was the rally, like, what are you gonna say? Oh, there was this moment that X.
So aside from, like, I was really grateful for everybody that came out for the rally. I mean, come on, we generated 26 hours really of content, and had over 24 guests. We had almost all of city council on our broadcast. I was looking at the stats a couple of minutes ago, and just the live stats say that we had over 800 people watching. And the live stats, if anybody plays around with YouTube, they know that live stats aren't accurate, so we won't have the accurate results for how many people watched for like 2 days. It's just I'm really grateful for everybody that came out, and I'm amazed that that all of that's what resonates with me, and piling on top of it, just the number of people who have the same message in the arts and understand how integral the arts is to our culture. Like the only thing I have left to do is figure out a way to effectively communicate that to everyone. And I guess that's always our job as artists, is figuring out a way to effectively communicate. So that's my takeaway. I'll probably process this over the next couple weeks and come up with something better, or like wake up in the middle of the night tonight and go, why didn't I say that? But yeah.
No, but I think that's a really good point of just pointing out the community. The fact that we actually were filled in these slots more than like 3 weeks ago. That it did not take that long for folks to be like yes and sign up and to do it. Like, finding people to do this was not a struggle in this process at all. So that's really amazing, because it means that the community is strong and that they, we want to support each other. All right, I'm calling on our other gentleman over here, Jose. Even though I know you're coming down from Sultry, which, by the way, so good, so great. I love that, those voices, man. I was doing yoga. I had it in the background.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. I think for me, there was a bunch of like little things. I think one of the key things was watching Nicole Phoenix today, who is a comic. Like, that is her thing. She's a comic. She's a producer. but it shows how artistic people are, right? And how creative they can really be, where she came up with this poem, and although funny, it still was something where, you know, she took that risk, she took that leap, right? And it just shows that, hey, like, if you take that risk and you take that leap, anything is possible, right? Even if you fail at it, you still did it and you still tried. So I think watching her go from being a comic and just knowing how funny she is and seeing her perform, and now seeing her do poetry, and even though it was funny, it was still kind of that type of thing of where if you try and you try and you try and you try, you can get it, even if you fail or even if everybody laughs at you.
Yeah, I love that. I love the interaction with the audience during that piece. I thought that was really cool. And Quiara did that yesterday as well, which was great. I actually did some like rewrite work while she was doing the rewrite workshop, which was awesome.
It was dope.
What about you, Asaki?
I just like looking at the lineup, and I was like, there's so many moments that I loved, but today Tony Mendez's the family drumming session was like a really good warm up. I was literally like dancing like this in front of the computer before I went up to do my presentation. And another one that really I had really like a strong emotional connection was Silvana, about her being an immigrant artist in this country, and her word, it's a decision to be here. I was like, yes, this is a decision to be here. This is a decision to be an artist right now when I could be doing something else and making more money or not. I don't know if I was able to live without art and be creative and be in this wonderful, wonderful community that is wonderful enough for me to leave my country. You know what I mean? It's hard, but at the same time, it's such a blessing to have this community and be able to discover this community. So yeah, as I was talking to her, I was like, yes, this is why we are here. This is why we love Philly, and this is why we are rallying, so we are able to keep on doing this and be able to pass on this culture and the society to younger generation. I've been really big on pay it forward this year, that all the blessings and privileges and teachings that I have gotten from the older generations, like all those wonderful artists that I've met and have been mentoring me, teaching me, protecting me, you know, buy me lunches and dinners and stuff like that. I'm like, I want to be one of those wonderful artists who are taking care of the younger communities, and it just made me feel even more stronger to like, all right, I'll be that. I will be that. Yeah.
Word. Thank you. What about you, LaNeshe?
I think over the 2 days, like my favorite thing, or like a realization or re-realization, was the breadth of Philly's art and culture. Like, I hadn't thought in a long time about like just how expansive art and culture is in the city. Like, it's not just theater where I am. It, like, the vocalists, oh my goodness, today and yesterday, like all the vocalists just came and slayed and were amazing. Like, seeing so many different types of arts and culture and disciplines represented was just like a good reminder. It was a good reminder, and it's also frustrating because it just feels like there's no way that everyone in the city has not come in contact and enjoyed one of these forms. Yet we have to do this to be prioritized in the budget. Like, arts, people have to think more expansively about arts and culture because they are absolutely partaking in Philly's arts and culture. So yeah, just like the reminder of all of the different facets of arts and culture in the city was awesome.
That was a big eye-opener for me, actually, when the conversation was happening about nightlife workers, you know, DJs and singers and people in clubs and stuff like that. Like, I'll be honest, I really wasn't, like, I was thinking about everybody else. I wasn't really thinking about, like, oh, dang, yeah, like, they are really, of course, those people are suffering just as much as the rest of us. So that was a big eye-opener for me to be like, wow, this community is even more expansive than I even initially thought. And, like, how can I continue to make sure that I'm including all these folks as I'm thinking about who artists are? So yeah, that was really eye-opening. I don't remember when that conversation happened. Now at this point, it's all blurring together. But I remember that fact of being like, oh yeah, like, of course, like nightlife workers are artists and they're also suffering because all their stuff is closed. You're left, Gabby. What was the moment that brought you most joy? I didn't do that on purpose because I literally was just going on my screen in a little circle, and you have
it's Erlina's way of giving you the power seat.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's my way of making sure that I can cut you off and you won't be mad if I cut you off.
Exactly. Apparently I talk too much, y'all, and it's true.
I'm glad that you know that.
Huh?
It's not too much. It's not too much. There has never been a moment in my life where Gabby has been talking quote unquote too much that I haven't been like, yes, exactly.
You see, I get affirmations and I get checked all at once. All right, so what I enjoyed, I would say I feel like everyone kind of touched on all the things that I really enjoyed. And I guess because we're talking about nightlife, you know, I have to say DJ Nick Lopez, like, I think having the break and I guess the moment of having the DJ just brought me back to Minority Land. And so when Minority Land closed, anytime a show closed with Power Street, we usually have a DJ or we have a speaker and we play ratchet, like all the ratchet music you could ever dream of, all the funk music, all the good stuff, okay? And we are unapologetically having a great party. And Minority Land, I will never forget, like my nephew had his car parked in front of Galay. It was blasting music to the point that the neighbors were trying to call the cops on us. And we're like, we're just doing a show about gentrification. And the white people calling cops on us is not even like...
Literally, it was like, we were all literally like, this isn't happening right now. This is too funny. And like this woman came out and was like, excuse me, can you guys be quiet, please? And we were like, this is not happening right now. This can't be true.
The culture, I think that's the thing with the DJs, like the culture, the memory of celebration after a show. Like, I think that's what, you know, the DJ gave to me. It was like, like, I was just tapping into those memories. And sometimes, often, that's my favorite. That's one of my favorite parts, is like the celebration component of being able to gather. And we're unable to do that in this, you know, in this world and realm that we're in right now. But I think that we were trying to think of fun and innovative ways that we could, you know, celebrate even while the rally was happening. And so shout out to Nick. And I do think there was one other segment. I mean, there's so many segments, but I loved Sunita V, the South Indian classical vocal that like also did the prayer. I thought that was just so beautiful, and just like learning about her culture and her activism and just all of that like was just so beautiful. And so so much great talent, and everybody knows I love each segment. I wish I could give y'all all a shout outs. You see, I can't even speak anymore. So now you don't even have to cut me off, because I promise I wasn't drinking anything. I just have water.
Oh, I already started my champagne.
Yeah, I have my.
Okay.
I forgot about the champagne thing. I just have water right now. I have been at a computer for like the last 26 hours, so that's
James,
great.
if you want to go get a drink right now, I will not fault you in the slightest. And I mean, you make coffee on your coffee talk show, so if you want to just bring ingredients and make a drink in front of us right now.
I could go get the ingredients for Manhattan. Is there anything else I should tag in the scroller here? Anything you all want me to put up?
Well, I want to talk real quick about what are some of the things that folks can do to stay engaged after this rally. So what are some of the organizations that we should be donating to? Who are some of the representatives and how that we should be contacting? I can go off on that, but if other folks want to jump in and just, from what we've garnered over the last few days, what is the best way to take the next action step after today?
I think definitely that survey, the priority survey, because somehow they're trying to record the people's voices, which is like, I'm like amazed by the whole concept of the survey. But also, and I went through and I took it, and also I think it's a really good exercise for folks to do to actually think about their priorities. Because the first question, what they do is they say, you have $100, and how do you split it up between all of these various city agencies? Say, tell them how much, if you had 100, what will you put where? And I feel like that's an awesome way to even just make people think about their priorities.
That's great.
I was like, oh, I don't know. Wait now. Because now
literally fund your values, right? That's what we've been saying, fund your values. They're making you think about it.
Exactly. So even just to like do the first question as an exercise to help you think through your values, and also to, let them know what you value. Arts, education, whatever it is.
I wonder if that's also a way for them to throw a little bit of shade, like, you think it's easy?
I think so. That thought passed my mind too. I feel like they want to be like, look at how it feels. You only have a pot of this amount. Where do you put the things? Because I want like 100% arts, and I'm like, oh no, education. Wait, oh no, well, public health. Obviously, we're in a pandemic. Like, so I think that was part of it. I think part of the goal of that was to actually have us think about all of the entities that they're thinking about when they're doing this budget processing.
In about 2000 and I want to say 2001, it was like the first year I lived in Philly proper, and I was asked to participate in this study where they brought in people from like all over the city to talk about the federal budget. And what I learned is that the gut assumptions that most people make are pretty accurate, which is that most people don't care about defense and spending money on defense as our federal government does, and most people don't care about spending money on military as our federal government does. And so like they basically gave us the same task in little groups, and like there were like 3,000 of us in it was a hotel lobby thing, and there were like 3,000 of us, and they broke us all up into groups of 20, and like basically thinking that we'd just argue each other into a corner. And each group came back with almost exactly the same result, which I don't think that they were expecting. Like, we all cut the military budget by like 20% and gave more money to the arts, and like the only point of contention with like general the way people generally think about the budget was foreign aid. Like, a lot of people didn't understand the concept of foreign aid or providing foreign aid, and that was the only thing that we couldn't, it was really tough to argue about. But I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I think
it's hard to make those decisions.
I think people make I think politicians make those decisions harder on themselves. Like, I think that's why we have such an annoying FOP contract. Like, somebody sat down and said, "Oh, if we don't do this, we're not gonna have money for the police when people get mad at the police." And I don't know.
Yeah, no. I mean, I can understand. Like, it's not like I don't have compassion for the folks who have to make these decisions. But I also think that that's why we have to make sure that our voices are heard, so that when they are making these decisions, they're not just making assumptions about what they think people actually care about. So what are some of the other things? What can we do to support the arts in Philly, or to make sure that our representatives are hearing our voices?
Well, call them, email them, tag them in social media. Listen, when the council members came on and I said, "You all know who I am," they were like, "Yeah." Like, I talk to city council on like a near daily basis. Like, I pester all of them all the time about all the shit. And you know, I'm just one person, and they know what I want, and they know exactly what I represent. Just because I get on them all the time. That's what you have to do. Like, they're elected to represent you, but unless they hear from you, they don't know what you want.
So call city council, fill out the survey. Did somebody post the survey? And again, I know we posted like 20,000 times today, but
to your
donate. Yes, go ahead.
Donate to an organization. You know, there's so many great organizations out there. If you can make a pledge to donating to at least one arts and culture organization, you know, this month, you know, if you can make a pledge to donating to an arts organization every month, right? Like, how do we, I think I'm more interested too in
sustainability.
Like, how do we take initiative, us the people, take initiative to value the arts? Like, what if we said, if I said, Gabby, every month I'm gonna donate $20, even if it's 20, it's not about, right? It's about the action, the behavior, something that you're gonna start to implement in your life, in your own personal budget. Every month I'm gonna donate $20 to an organization I love, or I'm gonna commit to subscribing to an organization I love and donate monthly, or like, you know, make a big donation at the end of the year, whatever it may look like for you. But I do think, like, how are we, you know, engaged in paying it forward, as Asaki said, right? And if you can't make a donation, how can you mentor someone? How can you offer, like, and I'm not talking about offering your stuff for, like, your services for free, but specifically for young people, yes. Like, you know, think about all the mentors that did it for us, you know, and paid it forward. So, like, how do you pay it forward, and how do you value the arts and culture in the city? Like, yes, there's so many things, hashtag that 1%, but I'm really thinking about, like, sometimes, like, so many things, a lot of things feel bigger than us at times. And so in that moment I go, well, what is actually something I can do in this moment that feels tangible?
Something you said, Gabby, has stuck with me, and is a thing that a lot of people don't think about, which is, you know, spend local. Like, you had said that you took, like, your Netflix budget or something and made it a local spend.
I think that was Erlina. Erlina was talking about.
Or was it Erlina?
Yeah, right, Erlina. Weren't you talking about?
What was it?
That you canceled your subscription to
Netflix.
Yeah. That was Erlina. Yeah. But I definitely spend local all the time, as much as I can. But that's a great way. We were talking about I was talking about using your budget, looking at your budget and seeing how your budget within the year could, you know, go to your values, right? And maybe right now this year isn't the arts, and it's, you know, schools and education, right? And that's also important. And that's actually at the intersection of arts and culture as well. So, like, right, like, you know, just really thinking about what your values are and paying it forward. And we got the power, like, always remembering that we got the power, y'all, to make change. And the rally is a perfect example of that, along with so many other movements that have been here doing it.
Word. Also, go ahead, Jose.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I think also going back to what, you know, like what the whole conversation is about. It's about how to support these artists. And I think that a lot of takeaways, just the simple stuff, like, you know, like on Spotify, Apple Music, play the music, right? Yes, it's cool what, you know, like all these mainstream artists are doing, but why not promote that one artist in your neighborhood and say, hey, check this guy out. He's playing on the corner of North whatever every day. Why don't y'all go check him out? And at least word of mouth kind of gets through. And that way, you know, people are like, okay, cool. Like, this person talked about it. I see this person talk about it, this person. It kind of keeps going to where now people are going to want to go see who this person is. And that's what kind of helps out. It's how do we take away from what we normally see and we say, hey, how do we help everybody around us? And then we get them to be that focal point. So I think it's just about word of mouth, guerrilla marketing, like being out there and helping these people out.
One thing
and be active.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just I'm sorry. One thing I was thinking about while I was having the discussion in my team is that, you know, how you get the stimulus check and you are happy about it, getting a little bit of extra money, but a lot of the people didn't need that. And the people who actually, oh, hello, baby, who are actually need it is not getting it. And I was like, well, if you don't need it, then again, pay it forward, either use it locally or donate it to the organizations you care. Hopefully it's going to be arts and culture related, but if not, then educations or housing or homeless issues and stuff like that, put the money where your values at and where it's needed. Also, when Gabby was talking about how people donating a lot, I remember studying about donation and how people who has lower income tend to donate more from their income compared to people who has like a higher income doesn't donate as much as people who don't, which is like really interesting. Was like, wow, that sense of like, I don't know,
responsibility.
Yeah, or like, well, I don't care, much, but I care for you too because I know what it feels like not having enough. So that's something that stuck with me from that one class that I was taking about fundraising. It was fundraising class. That's what it was.
Well,
yeah.
So thank you. That's great. All right. Hopefully folks will follow those actions. I'm going to ask you a little question and then we're going to do a toast. And then hopefully Jose has some music to see us out for tonight. To shake our booties a little bit. But what I want to know is, well, I'll go first. I'll model because this is how you do things, right? Right now, my body needs a chiropractor, a masseuse, and an acupuncturist. That's what I need right now. I need a stranger like massaging my body in a way, you know, with no embarrassment. I'm a little embarrassed because like you're always like, oh my goodness, but like they're not embarrassed. I need that right now. And I want to popcorn too. I'm gonna popcorn to Gabby so she's not last.
Oh my goodness. Right now my body needs, my shoulders are so tense, y'all. Like for real. Like if anyone touches me, I'm like, I feel like I'm Mama Julia on like 1000, but I don't look like her right now. And so I think I've channeled her so much that I'm developing a hunchback or something. So I gotta get that taken care of. And I have my hand and stone massage, but from last Christmas, but I haven't been able to use it because of this pandemic. So someday I'll feel comfortable to go there. But I think right now my body needs a good hug, and I feel lucky that I'm gonna be able to get that tonight because I think hugs release stress and build connection, and you know, that connection feeling. So I'm gonna get that hug later on. So that's what my body needs.
Can you pick someone?
Yes. LaNeshe.
Oh, similar. Right now, my body needs like a massage, like this right top, like neck between the shoulder area. Like I have my little like desk massager thing, and I've been like doing that, but it's not enough. I need like someone to really get in there and like reverse sitting in this chair for many hours. I'm gonna popcorn to Asaki.
I need a good massage for sure. I miss it so much. I'm just like still a little scared to go to massages just yet until I get a vaccination probably. I need a good sleep. I have an early morning tomorrow again. And I need a little bit of alone time. I think it's great to see everyone and be able to talk. But at the same time, I'm such an introvert that I need like alone cave-in time with just like me and my favorite music and my cat. That's all I need. I'm gonna popcorn to Jose.
So is it more of what my body needs or just what I need?
Body.
Oh, body. Gotcha.
So no cookies.
All right. Well, then I have nothing to say. All right. What I need is I just need a hot shower, and I need a good glass of whiskey, and that's pretty much about it. I think I'm pretty much good.
All right, start getting your drink ready, okay? Whether that's water or whiskey. Go ahead, James.
I also walk down 3 flights of stairs, so I'm just gonna drink what I got.
Right? Yeah, that's the thing too. Like you said, go get a drink, but mine's down 3 flights of stairs and across the building. What does my body need? I need sleep. Definitely gonna get some sleep tonight. Unfortunately, like Asaki, I have a relatively early morning, but not quite as early. This morning was pretty early. Getting up to finish some stuff. But yeah, I have a little less stressful day tomorrow. I need some away from screen time, which I might get in about 2 weeks. Planning on getting in about 2 weeks. It's not going to happen before this weekend, but you know, it's going to happen. And my body needs some time on the water. Like I love sailing and I love kayaking and being on the water. It's weird because I like being on the water in a boat. I don't like being in the water. A lot of people they're like water people and they like being in the water. I'm cool. I'm on the water, you know. Deepest in the water. I like.
That's an important distinction.
That is.
Yeah.
That is.
I like them both.
I do like scuba diving though, so that's really in the water, and I don't know why that one works, but just swimming is not my favorite thing. Yeah, so yeah, that's what my body needs right now. I need some time on some waves so that I can, you know, I'm starting to get, you know, that COVID-19 or whatever people are calling it. You haven't heard that, Asaki? Like the freshman 40 or whatever. I'm getting the COVID-19.
Oh, you're getting the COVID-19.
I've heard quarantine 15. That's what I heard.
Quarantine 15. I haven't heard that one.
Quarantine 15. Oh my gosh.
I've definitely got whatever that is, but up to 20. So.
My God. Well, you know, I don't think that's to blame. Once you get on the water, right? You'll start to drop those COVID-19.
Yeah, we did. You know, my wife and I, we like to be active, and when we did, when we learned sailing, we did it as like this one long course, and we spent like 2 weeks on the water, and we both dropped a couple of pounds just because of all the moving around you do. It's pretty interesting.
That definitely makes a lot of sense. I will be swimming in the water. I like to be on the water and into the water. So anything involving the water, I'm into. I've never been scuba diving though, and I really want to do that. But right now, what we're gonna do is grab our drink, whatever it may be.
I don't have water.
That's okay. Water's fine.
No, I have coffee.
I only have water.
Oh, coffee's good too. Coffee at 9:40. I'm not sure about that.
Oh, it don't affect me. It doesn't even wake me up anymore.
I want to say a toast to a robust and healthy arts economy. Does that feel inspirational?
You mean creative economy?
A robust, healthy, creative arts and culture economy. A toast to that. Clink. Clink. Make sure you make eye contact. Clink. How do you do that? Clink. 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 All right, that's a great.
Silly. I hope that folks got to also know who we are. I think that was also really important, that folks would get to see all sides of us and have fun. And thank you, Erlina, for such a beautiful closing.
Thank you. We got our music ready. I'm ready to do the mistake that I did yesterday and start dancing it out and then have too much energy.
Oh gosh.
Although I have a feeling tonight it's gonna knock me out.
Hey, James, should I share the screen or just kind of just hit play?
Is it on your computer?
Yeah.
So hang on a second. I'll give you share screen. Go into share screen, but then go to advanced and go to computer audio.
Gotcha. Cool.
Waiting for my theater in the X shirt. Let's get
and then hit play.
I like your shirt.
Wait, shirt.
Yeah. I think they ship in like 2 days.
Turn it up.
I can't wait to rock it.
Afro-dominicano, para la cultura. I never thought I'd meet a girl who drive me crazy like you do. I never thought I'd meet a girl who drive me crazy like you do. And every time I take a spot, I just wanna be with you. And every time I take a spot, I just wanna be with you.
So Jose, you said you know Philly artists?
Pa' que lo goce. Llegó la cena. I never thought I'd meet a girl who drive me crazy like you do. I never thought I'd meet a girl who drive me crazy like you do. And every time I take a spot, I just wanna be with you. And every time I take a spot, I just wanna be with you. Pero no puedo porque tienes a otro. Pero no puedo porque tienes a otro. Someone who won't treat you right, trust me, I know you. Someone who won't treat you right, trust me, I know you. ¿Tú pensabas que estábamos relajando? Don't forget it. Ayer me llamaste, you told me you hate him. Ayer me llamaste, you told me you hate him. The thoughts of not having me are driving you crazy. The thoughts of not having me are driving you crazy. Pero no puedo porque tienes a otro. Pero no puedo porque tienes a otro. Someone who won't treat you right, trust me, I know you. Someone who won't treat you right, trust me, I
that last bit of energy.
Are we still live?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Are we allowed to go off screen now and just play music?
If you want. Are you gonna play music for the last
let's keep playing music,
12?
but, you know, we can start to peace out.
Yeah.
Lead folks off with some tunes. This is so good. These are Soultree artists?
Yeah.
Been a while, we met up. Oh, what am I waiting for? See you out with your friends up. Oh, what am I waiting for? This time it's hard to see you happy without me.
Everybody enjoy the music from Soultree.
But now that's done, I tried to forget, but now I just cry. It's not in my head. I see how you lie. I'm wondering why instead of just how. I messed up and you changed up now. I tried to forget the feeling
Give the art some love.
It's not in my head. It wasn't all bad.
We'll see you all later.
Oh, we were two, and now we're through. Take your time. I tried to forget, but now I just cry. It's not in my head. I see how you lie. I'm wondering why instead of just how.
How's your champagne?
I messed up and you changed up now.
Pour some for me.
I tried to forget the feeling
I'm like, stop it.
It's not in my head. It wasn't all bad. Oh, we were two, and now we're through. I'm wasting time on someone who don't see what
Stage managers say like, hey, ASM, could you tell the actors that we think
no thanks to you. I know I said
I cannot hear what you are saying, Asaki.
Letting go was dangerous. Look at where I've been. You could have been plus one, but
I'm gonna get what my body needs. I'll be right back.
I tried to forget, but now I just cry. It's not in my head. I see how you lie. I'm wondering why instead of just how. I messed up and you changed up now. I tried to forget the feeling we had.
Oh my God, this isn't on my bed yet.
It wasn't all
It just freaked me out all the way.
oh, we were two, and now we're through.
I've been in PJ pants all day. I forgot people are still listening. Sorry, y'all. Y'all didn't really know that, but still.
Hello. Hey. Hello.
Just remember that people can hear us speaking. Just so.
People can still hear us. Oh, that's right. All right, let's start talking.
Don't stay, just go. I dance alone.
Asaki's laying down for bed. Oh my gosh.
Just lose control. Don't take me home. Don't stay,
I couldn't smell that it was Gabby. I was just like, what is the thing that is moving around all day?
Control. Don't take me home. Don't take me home.
The baby in bed, LaNeshe.
Don't take me home.
Yeah.
That's why she came in earlier.
Yeah, she gave a good night.
Take me home.
Aww.
Don't take me home. Don't take me home. Don't stay, just go. I dance alone. Just
I'm gonna preheat the oven for my late dinner.
don't stay, just go. I dance alone. Just lose control.
I told him not to come before 6:15. They called me at like 5:58, and I was like, motherfucker, can't you read instructions? I'm so upset.
I'm sorry.
What?
We can hear you, Asaki.
Oh shit, sorry.
dance alone. Don't lose your soul, I'll take me home. Lose control.
That we went from the club to the.
On a hardwood floor, then a comfy queen with outrageous decor. Going back to my roots lets me know I can do it. I can do it. All the things I never thought I could before. And I've been learning so much more. I found that coffee's become a part of my grind. And my boy Max and I, we're gonna be just fine. We'll be just fine. We'll run with the red hour by day and pave the streets by night. I think I got it figured out. Got it figured out in Philly. Why do I got it figured out? Got it figured out in Philly. Of picket signs, OJ's forever mine, sherry water ice. I wear a tabby rude but never tell a lie. Tearing our statues down cause we know we can do it. We can do it. All the things we said they should have done before. And we can do so much more. We'll march out the wrongs till we make them right. And my girl Cat and I, we're gonna bring the fight, and that's on sight. We'll bust all of our tables by day and change the streets by night. I think I got it figured out. Got it figured out in Philly. That's why I got it figured out. Got it figured out in Philly. It's good. Got it figured out. Got be a heartbeat with my rhythm out of time. Even if my heart breaks, I've been loving you tonight. It tastes like honey on a perfect summer night. It tastes like honey, kiss your lips and I'm alright. Baby, I need it, just a taste and I'm gone. Just a taste and I'm gone. Baby, I've been waiting for your sugar all my life. Gotta get up, even if you hate it. I've been loving you tonight. It tastes like honey on a perfect summer night. It tastes like honey. Kiss your lips and I'm alright. Baby, I need it, just a taste and I'm gone. Just a taste and I'm gone. Dripping down now head to toe, tiny surround me close, feel your skin never glow. Dripping down now head to toe, tiny surround me close, feel your skin never glow. It tastes like honey on a perfect summer night. Baby, I need it. It tastes like honey on a perfect summer night. It tastes like honey. Kiss your lips and I'm alright. Baby, I need it, just a taste and I'm gone. Lately I've been distracted, BS and skipping classes, smoking, just relaxing. Still haven't done my taxes, still haven't done my laundry. Empty fridge and I gotta eat. Bills are pounding, I'm starting to see a Delta ain't the bit for me. So smoking, drinking, riding, and I'm letting my nigga just slide with. Time is spent, bills are piling. Supposed to be focused, but I'm distracted.